to leverage up and coming technologies such as AI and machine learning and integrating with our enterprise data platform is always a goal that we're trying to strive for. As I mentioned before, there are 6 really big, ambitious goals that our mayor has put in front of us as a city entity. And GIS is at the core of being able to help meet all of these objectives. In the following slides, I'm going to go through some examples in each of these and how GIS is being delivered to help those meet those ambitious goals from our mayor. So we'll start with the vibrant goal of being able to revitalize Denver and shaping it as a vibrant city and revitalize downtown. We are, and this is where I'm going to struggle because I don't have my notes. You guys are, we go. Okay, hopefully that still is visible for everybody. So over 100 million has been awarded to projects through the DDA funding in the downtown area this year. You can view these funded projects with an interactive map that we've created through the GIS program that's available on the Denver Gov website. Moving into the affordable goal, where the goal is just to create a more affordable Denver, all the way from housing to food sustainability. That we've used things to GIS maps to shorten the supply chain by growing food within the city limits. Urban farms cut down the transportation costs associated with getting produce from those rural farms to urban markets, therefore reducing the cost. This increased access in food deserts. Many low-income urban areas lack affordable, nutritious food options. Urban farms transform the vacant lots and rooftops into sources of fresh food, directly addressing this lack of access. It also has helped with lowering grocery bills. Participation in home and community gardens can lead to a direct cost savings on groceries for those in need. And then creating local alternatives of urban architecture. Urban art agriculture creates localized, community-centered food systems that can be less expensive than those dominated by large corporations. Moving into the SAFE goal, which is at a heart really important, I think, to all of us, that we have a safe community to operate in and live in and enjoy. We have used maps to articulate where crime is happening and where to target the most, where to target our resources to be able to reduce this as much as possible. Under the climate resilient goal, Denver Parks and Recreation manages dozens of GIS layers to create maps and apps for planners, project managers, that fosters a recreation, that managers, foresters, and recreational coordinators. I apologize. Denver Parks and Rec also utilizes GIS to determine potential parcels for acquisition and expansion of park area land areas to convert water-intensive turf grass to native grasses and priority areas and planting.
Okay.
Hey, please mute your mic.
Under a family-friendly Denver that has a really big goal of connecting 5,000 kids to high-quality out-of-school programming and placing 2,500 young adults in jobs. Technology Services and the GIS team has worked closely with the Office of Children Affairs over the past year to revamp and improve 2 map applications that connect parents with preschools and out-of-school programming. DDPHE has developed an interactive, outward-facing GIS mapping tool available on the city's website. This online resource allows users to enter an address and instantly view its proximity to locations, including K-12 schools, city-owned outdoor pools, city-owned recreational centers. The map provides a visual representation of restricted properties, helping potential applicants, business owners, and community members quickly determine whether their proposed retail tobacco location meets the city's proximity requirements. Additionally, referendum 310, a flavored tobacco ban, passed a couple of weeks ago by nearly 72% in favor of the law. Supporters of the bill say it will make it harder for Denver children to access these nicotine products. DDPHE is tasked with enforcing this ban and will be presenting on, or Brendan Gentry will be presenting on how they are using GIS to enforce this tobacco retail regulations and keep our children safe. Oh, one too far. And finally, the All-In Mile High, which may be the most public-facing and reported on initiative that we have within the city. Denver has achieved a historic reduction in unsheltered homelessness through all the Mile High efforts, seeing a 90% reduction in large homeless encampments. GIS played a big role in helping identify the locations and directing resources to those needing housing assistance. And we are really fortunate today, and I saw him already, Cole is going to be presenting today and kicking off our presentations with an overview of this historic effort that is being talked about around the country. So kind of felt like a lightning talk there, and I'm kind of out of breath, but amazing work being done that was presented. And I know there's a ton of stuff that we did not cover in this initial opening presentation. But Doug only gave me about 10-15 minutes. So that's the ones we chose for today, but really excited to hear about all the other efforts as the day goes along today. And I'm not sure if I'm kicking it back to you, Doug, or if I'm going directly to Cole, but I'm really excited to see your presentation, Cole.
Yeah, I'll introduce Cole. Thanks, Sean. Yeah, it really warms my heart when we have 20 people volunteer to do presentations for GIS Day, but that's why we need to keep it short. So with no additional delay, Cole Chandler, the Mayor's Office Senior Advisor on Homelessness Resolution, is going to give his talk titled Mapping a Nationally Historic Reduction in Unsheltered Homelessness. Cole?
Awesome. Thank you, Doug, and thanks, Sean, for kicking us off. It's very exciting to be here, and I'm very grateful to the GIS team for all the support that you all have offered, really from my very first day here at the city, which was in July of 2017, when I met many of you in the Emergency Operations Center. But I will kick off and talk about the ways that we use GIS to manage street homelessness on a day-to-day basis. But I want to start with a little bit of historical context. So in 2023, street homelessness was at an all-time high in Denver. And the slide on the screen shows really the progression from 2019 to 2023. So in 2019, we had less than 600 people sleeping outdoors in the unsheltered point in time count. But that number escalated over the next 4 years during COVID. And so it had nearly tripled by spring of 2023. At that time, when Mayor Johnson and others were running for mayor, addressing street homelessness was the top issue for residents of our city. 2/3 of Denver voters that were polled identified addressing street homelessness as the top issue for the next administration to take on. And many of you will remember that large encampments covered hundreds of blocks around the city. And so this was, the environment that we were living in July of 2023 when Mayor Johnson came into office. And as you remember, we declared a state of emergency and set a goal to bring 1,000 people indoors by the end of the year. And so that meant that we activated the Emergency Operations Center and got to meet many of the people on this call during that time. But there were, 6 strategies that we were working to deploy during that time. And I won't run through all of them, but many of you will remember that we rapidly expanded non-congregate shelter, meaning we added hotels, brought those online, brought micro communities online, worked with agencies across the city to do that, to build sites, to get them outfitted with technology, to get service providers in there. And then the other thing that we did was that we focused on a place-based approach to resolving encampments. And so instead of just moving encampments down the block, we really focused on going in with street outreach teams and getting to know every single person in an encampment and then moving them to an indoor location. And so all of that went forward, and we were able to bring in over 1,100 people during the first 6 months as we added more than 1,000 shelter beds and resolved those encampments. And the results have been quite staggering over the last couple of years. And so the point in time count in January of 2025 showed that over the first 18 months of this effort, we'd made a 45% reduction in unsheltered homelessness. And so we're down really to pre-pandemic levels of unsheltered homelessness across our city. This is the largest multi-year reduction in unsheltered homelessness in American history. And so we're extremely proud of that. But I think one of the other fascinating statistics is that it's the lowest unsheltered count among major cities measuring in 2025. And so you can see the way those results stacked up compared to other cities earlier this year as well. As Sean mentioned, we have also partnered with an organization, well, an external evaluator called the Urban Institute. And they put out a report in August that showed that we have delivered a 98% reduction in unsheltered homelessness. I'm sorry, in large encampments. And so they analyzed data looking at large encampments, and they were looking at 311 reports and demonstrated a 98% reduction in those encampments citywide across the city. And so we can see there's been significant progress. But this is obviously the intersection with this work and the way that we maintain this every day. And what I wanted to focus on in this conversation today is that the way we stay on top of this progress is through an amazing tool that's been developed by the GIS team. And so we have an encampment map that we look at every single day. At 9 a.m. every morning, there's a interagency call that includes just about every agency in the city, it feels like, on that call. We have teams from police, from our Department of Safety, from DDPHE, from DOTI, from HOST, from, let's see, Parks and Recreation. We even have external city partners that join the call. And we look at the 311 reports related to street engagement on a daily basis. 2 years ago, we would generate about 70 to 80 of these types of calls a day. Now we're generating about 20 to 30 of these types of calls every day. But these calls are all plotted on a map. And so you can see some of the filters that were pulled here, but we look at basically the street engagement reports from the last 24 hours every single day. And then we go through and we make sure that a team is planning to address those in every location every single day. And so we're at the point where we can essentially guarantee a response within a single business day to all of these calls. And one of the things that's exciting that we're going to be building off of this in the next year, and we've been working with technology services for a long time on this product, but we're delivering a Salesforce solution that will actually take these calls and then assign them to a specific team. And so there's a sort of response logic that's built in that will ensure that we don't have multiple teams responding to the same report, but that will really guide our operation on a day-to-day basis. And so this helps us ensure that every single time a constituent, a resident sees somebody experiencing homelessness, they can put in a report and we can get a team out to address that need and then help connect that individual to services on the back end. And so this is really the way that we're staying on top of our progress and continuing to drive progress as we keep working towards our broader goal of ending unsheltered homelessness over the next couple of years. And so we're really proud of the progress to have gotten about halfway there in the first 2 years. And then through this solution and through the hard work of our teams on the ground every single day, we're continuing to make progress towards that goal to end unsheltered homelessness. And there's a lot of cool reports that we can pull with this data. But again, just very grateful to the GIS team and the technology services team that is helping us deliver on this success every day. So that is all I have, but happy to see if there's any questions. Doug?
Thanks. Do we have any questions for Cole? Okay, I do not see any questions. So we will go to our next presenter, and it is Visualizing Landscape Transformation Opportunities in Parks by Ellie Garza of Denver Parks and Recreation Ecology. Ellie?
Hi, morning. All right,
Morning.
let me share my screen. All right. Good morning from Denver Parks and Rec. My name is Ellie Garza. I'm the new senior planner with the urban ecology team with the planning, design, and construction division in parks. And I'm here to chat with you today about visualizing landscape transformation opportunities for Parks and Rec for this GIS presentation. Just a quick shout out for this awesome photo in the background is from support from Molly Dorner with the Site Scan drone team, was able to help capture this aerial imaging to support my work as a planner. This is a picture of Harvard Gulch Park, one of our landscape transformation projects, which we'll look at a little bit closer today. All right, so this initially started from a request from my leadership to develop a fact sheet for landscape transformation projects. The fact sheet we wanted was going to be simple in nature to provide a concise summary of our project and details to give a quick understanding for the audience member. Landscape transformation projects are projects that we are looking at as the urban ecology team across our parks and parks maintained spaces that replace water intensive and maintenance intensive non-functional turf areas with native and or climate adapted plants. We identified the audience for this, for the landscape transformation fact sheet to be primarily internal staff, but also for use for collaboration with project partners across the city or contractors that we would be working with to understand the planning that's going into this effort. And then finally, also for leadership communications to understand what projects we have on the docket as we're looking at CIP planning for 2026, 2027, and beyond. I took a bottom-up approach for this presentation because it's a very simple tool that I was trying to start with, and the process to build it started as just understanding what is it that we needed from this fact sheet. I was given a PDF example of a fact sheet that shows the project, but I wanted it to be something that could be updated. And because it was geospatial in nature with the work that we're doing as planners, it made a lot of sense to look at and explore more tool options with our ArcGIS license. Because we have this tool available, this wonderful tool available, we wanted to be able to see what applications they had. Was it a story map? Was it experience builder? We ended up landing on an experience builder to be able to develop the landscape transformation fact sheet. All this was done through coordination with my urban ecology team, and with the DPR GIS administrator, it was critical to have in part of these talks to understand what these tools, how these tools could be used to benefit our work. And that led into developing the tool. I started out with just getting on an experience builder set up to show a fact sheet for just one project site and make sure it was doing what we ultimately wanted it to do and giving us the output we were ultimately looking for. I provided these drafts to my team to look at, and through feedback, we were able to refine it. And now from here, we're able to apply the fact sheet. I wanted to give you a run during this presentation of what this fact sheet looks like. Again, this is an internal tool. We were looking at really keeping this simple for what we're trying to do in our team, as well as anybody who is interested. I can share this web application too. It's all built with all shared layers. And where you start is with your project list here, where you can go and pick which project you're trying to look at to learn a little bit more information. And I'll see if I can get to Harvard Gulch. All right. So this takes from a large list, I want to say over 155 projects identified by the urban ecology team across the system, across the entire city. But we're looking at just the ones that are coming up next in 2026 and information about it. We wanted to give a high level detail of what we're looking at, the amount of acres that we could potentially be removing existing turf, what percentage of turf are you looking at converting in the existing amount of bluegrass? What is the total size of the park? Some valuation metrics like the total water savings. If you're looking at converting this turf into native shortgrass prairie, how much water savings would you be looking at in gallons per year? And then other planning important data sets such as irrigation type, your maintenance district, your maintenance sub-district, and your council district to understand equity across the city for these types of projects, as well as for all CIP planning, understanding a high-level thought of what the costs could be for this project. We also wanted this fact sheet to be able to record the planning meetings that we hold. Because planning can take time, we want to be able to show when these meetings were held, what divisions were in attendance, and I'm looking at potentially even getting a hyperlink to our SharePoint files for the notes that we took that gives more information about what was discussed at that meeting to continue the communication that is critical to make these projects into reality. Another thing I learned about this fact sheet through project partners accessing the web app is they wanted to be able to look at layers, particular for how they're looking at this project. And so built these other layers that you can add on if you're interested in looking at different things pertinent to your division. For instance, such as we can turn on to see that we have historical fill within this area that we need to reach out to DDPHE to understand further for planning analysis. All right. And guess on the simple, how we started it simply for where it shows up on your legend, there were some critical layers that we wanted to show first and foremost, which was park visitation, as well as our non-functional turf analysis that has been completed to understand where across our parks would turf be considered non-functional. As you can see, it covers a large area that you have to fine tune with more site-specific considerations, one of those being park visitation. So that was something that we wanted to show first and foremost to our project partners or to who's accessing this. To wrap up here on my presentation, some of the lessons learned and the next steps that I'm planning for this. During this process, it was critical to have an enabling environment from my leadership and my GIS administrator to really say, hey, let's try this, something a little bit different, something creative to get to this solution. And that has an effect on how much I want to be able to try something different, is having that support from my colleagues. It was ultimately something I'm still trying to figure out for this web app is I want to still be able to provide a static shareable file type like a PDF for those who are just not as comfortable that accessing the web app, and still providing that PDF is a critical part to record, put it in the SharePoint file, have it attached to the email. At this point, I'm getting around it by doing an image of the screen and then converting that image file to a PDF so that it can be viewed in a PDF viewer or Bluebeam, etc. I found that there's pros and cons between ArcGIS Online and ArcGIS Pro, maybe just my own learning. But some things are better done on ArcGIS Online versus better done in ArcGIS Pro. Maybe it's also, at where these tools are at in their capabilities, right? So learning a little bit between those two, ultimately both wonderful tools that I was excited to learn a little bit more through this process. I also am looking to build on, now that we have this basis of the fact sheet, we can build on more information such as goal achievement tracking, showing how much, if this project is completed, how much it would add toward our goal of removing non-functional turf. And then valuation metrics to expand on just that water savings. What other ecosystem services would these projects be providing when we take them on? Will this tool still work in the future? At this point, we're putting it to use. Will it be useful as the program or my role evolves? We'll learn and wait and see, and excited to adapt, just as our ecosystem would, to be able to apply this tool. And finally, now that I've been able to dig into the tools that we have access to as city employees, I would love to be able to apply this tool, the Experience Builder particularly, in other ways to be able to visualize our data to make the critical decisions we need to move forward with these large project opportunities. All right. That's all I got for you.
Awesome. Thank you, Ellie. We have a couple of questions for you. The first one is, can you explain historical fill more and what it means and potential consequences of it?
Oh gosh, yeah, that was one of the layers that I showed on the mapping. I probably can speak the best to this, but I do know it's something that we have to be very considerate of for potential projects in our park areas. These historical fills occur primarily really close to our waterways, where we had originally, incised the waterway to build up to that important resource. So I understand these fill spaces might be stuff we just don't know. It's not what we would expect for traditional soils. You can find some weird stuff in there sometimes. Typically, you just have to analyze what's there first and do some testing. And so there's a little bit more rigorous approach to planning that we have to take. It could have some dollar signs as well attached to that. Hopefully that gives more information.
Okay, and we have one more question. Do you do anything with GPS and field data collection with Esri field maps?
We don't at this time. At least not associated with the fact sheet. What I would be interested in doing, at least the fact sheet does have that planning meeting data collection. That is something that I've developed, like a survey 1, 2, 3 form for my team to fill out after we had a survey or after we had a meeting. We can fill it out using the survey 1, 2, 3 app. I've seen great use of using the field maps or going out there to be able to draw out polygons of vegetation areas to preserve of native habitat. When we're going into construction, we want to be able to conserve this space, something that you wouldn't necessarily see when you're exploring it on the desktop level, but getting out onto the field, it is a critical step, a part of the planning process. I would see that as something that could expand to this fact sheet, but not being done at this time.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions we have for now.
Thank you.
So our next presentation is Mapping Abandoned Buildings for 911 Responder Awareness by Assistant Chief Stephen Bales of the Denver Fire Department.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for allowing me to present how Molly and GIS have helped us. To give a little, share my screen here, to give a little presentation. All right, can everyone see my screen now, or?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so contacted Molly to help us build a database of abandoned buildings throughout the city. And the reason we wanted to do that was because abandoned buildings are extremely more dangerous to firefighters once they start on fire. Due to the nature of the abandoned building, the board ups that are involved, the structural components that are exposed, just a lot of things that go into that. So we wanted to create that database, and she helped us with that. There's over 300 buildings in the city that we've collected, and primarily that was all of that data was stored on the DFD web, which is only available to firefighters in the fire station. Where we thought that was going to end up was a PDF version that firefighters could carry on their fire trucks so that they could look up an address while en route. And then they would have all of the nasty hazards like this one here, 3110 West Alabama, previous fire. They could scroll down and look what kind of construction it was, how many stories it was, what the nasty hazards were, and then get some pictures. But that was going to be based off of whether or not they were able to pull the 3-ring binder out in time and pull that information for it to be usable. So primarily what the goal was, and what I was what I was always told was not possible. This map was to eventually end up having this information available to us while en route on our response MDTs. So this is a map that firefighters will often see on the way to a call. As you scroll in, a lot of information that GIS has already provided to us, which is the outline of the buildings, able to outline whether or not there are alleys available to us, hydrants. These are all things that GIS already provided to us. So talking with Molly, we were able to put the database of the abandoned buildings as a filter, map filter on this response screen. So if we were responding to an address in front of this Alabama, there would be a GIS pin. So we would notify, or we would automatically be able to see that incident is close to this abandoned building, which has been highlighted by Molly as a yellow triangle. And then firefighters are going to be able to click on that and see all of that PDF version pre-plan at a touch of our fingertips. So all that previous information that we looked at the PDF is available to us. And it just allows us to create size up of the building before we're even there. So this building I can automatically look at and see we have previous fire. We have 3 windows on the front and a door that's boarded up. I can see that there's basement windows here. I can see we have a gas meter that's still intact. And then looking at the Charlie side of the building or the rear side, alley side of the building, we can look and see what kind of construction it is. So all this information that I know to look for, I can see en route without having to look at a paper version of this. This allows us to, like I said, complete a size up of the building. We have to complete a size up before we're able to make a determination on what kind of strategy we're going to take. That size up can take 1 to 2 minutes once we arrive on scene. And with fire growing in size every 45 to 60 seconds, anytime that we can save and response allows us to go to work a lot sooner. So there's several buildings, as you can see, throughout the city. One here yesterday that we just had already entered, making that the system allows us to put this in here very easily. So we had a fire here yesterday, went out this morning, captured pictures, satellite overview, and I loaded this up in 2 or 3 minutes. The system is very easy to use. So this information is real time. It doesn't have to be printed out. It doesn't have to go through the telephone or communications to firefighters to, hey, there's a new building in your district. It's automatically there. It's available. So if firefighters go back on this fire later today, this information is available to them immediately. That was very helpful just in that. Just getting to this point was awesome. Molly did a lot of work. But one thing that her and I went out to do 2 shifts ago was to create beyond the abandoned building, a pre-planned incident for buildings across the city. So here's a building that we spent some time on, and I just want to highlight how this works. Is I walked around this building with an app that Molly developed, never using it before, and in 30 minutes captured all of the information that firefighters are going to need once they arrive at this building if it were on fire. So just the the icons here, my command post, the center is here, the fire department connection is here. I can see that my Knox box for us to gain entry into the building is here. And then all these other different icons mean something to me without having to click or open up and see what they mean. So one of the things that these new buildings are really challenging for is locating the elevator power shutoff for an elevator in this building, because new standards, new codes don't require that it's placed in the same place with any sort of methodology across any building across the city. So in this building particular here, this elevator, the shutoff now after walking through this building is located here. That remoteness to the elevator has caused our firefighters a lot of grief, because typically in older buildings, that elevator shutoff is directly above the elevator on the roof. So we know where to go. Now with the new codes not requiring it to be placed in a standard location, this shutoff for this elevator can be located anywhere in the building. It can be located on the first floor, the third floor, the fifth floor, completely remote from the elevator. So we can click on this information and we can say it's on level 5, it's an elevator 2 shutoff, and it's outside apartment 588. And we can add photos to that as well. They're not loading up here on this version, but they are loading up on the version that we use in response. That information is extremely valuable to us and allows us to shut off the power to the elevator, which is required to remove people that are trapped in the elevator. So we could end up walking this building for 10, 15, 20 minutes before we ever locate an elevator shut off, waiting for a call from a building manager. Now it's just all right here at our fingertips. And like I said, this entire pre-plan was created in 20 or 30 minutes by a first-time user of this app. So what GIS is doing for us in response is amazing. Just looking at these two things that we created in the last, really the pictures for the abandoned buildings that got loaded up in the last month. So in the last 30 days, GIS has really increased our response capability immensely, and I'm really excited about what we're going to go through forward and continue to work and make our response that much better. Are there any questions?
Do you have any questions for Assistant Chief Bales? I don't see any.
All right. Well, thank you. Again, I really appreciate it, and we'll talk to you later.
Hold on, we do have one question. Is there any appetite for indoor mapping for 911?
You mean, Becky, are you talking about at the 911 call center? Oh, where rooms are located. So absolutely. Offices, absolutely. So if I can get back to the pre-incident plan, one of the icons that we can select on here is a full building pre-plan floor plan of provided to us by the building management. So if we wanted to know exactly where, like I said, this elevator shutoff was outside apartment 588, one of the layers that we can have on here is to have an apartment or an office floor plan provided to us. So that can be scanned in as a PDF, and then I can click on that and I can look exactly where a certain apartment building is, which would be extremely available to us in these types of buildings. Personally, walking through here, any sort of medical call or fire call, there's no standard layout where apartment buildings are. Versus the old days, they were stacked on top of each other. Apartment 501 would be directly over apartment 401. That's no longer the case. They can be anywhere in this. So we could look at each floor plan and look, apartment 588 is going to be in this corner. And if it were on fire, that's going to help us determine that we need to choose this stairwell and this standpipe connection to get there that much sooner. So yeah. Yes, there is an appetite, and the capability is there, and it's just a matter of having Molly help us put it in.
Okay, thank you. We don't have any other questions at this time. Our next presentation is from Jackie Phipps Montes, GIS manager for the state of Colorado. And it's called Peeking into the Cloud, a Mile High Perspective. Jackie?
Awesome, thanks. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So wanted to talk a little bit today about our statewide aerial imagery program. We've had it for a number of years, and we're constantly looking at how can we improve and increase access and what we're offering with it. We really want to build a robust product that can meet a lot of people's needs. Some of the limitations are, though, we really provide a lot of things only to statewide state users or local governments. So we have our Vexel viewer, Vexel mass downloader extraction script, and Vexel WMTS and image services. And then we had a smaller bucket of things that people publicly could use, which was just our imagery downloader, where you could just go download one tile at a time of NAPE imagery. We had seen a lot of success with our Vexel image services. So these Vexel image services allow you to stream in our Vexel statewide aerial high resolution imagery and just be able to pan around your map and see what's there. You can do some image analysis on it. This also still had some limitations of you couldn't take it offline, which we've get a lot of questions on of, we're going to go out in the field and we need to take our imagery offline. So we're wanting to both increase our public facing imagery and make it more accessible, as well as increasing some of the capabilities. So we've recently kind of launched what is our AWS Open Data portal for imagery data. So the AWS Open Data Portal allows us to, for no cost, load into our Colorado imagery bucket publicly available data sets. So we're currently hosting NAPE imagery and the DRCOG drop imagery of tiles there. What's great about this is they not only offset the cost to host it, but the consumption of it. So we're not responsible for the bills that are associated with it, so we can do a lot more with that funding. The AWS Open Data Program allows us to, you can kind of explore, browse, and download files. These are cloud optimized geotiffs. We also now have these AWS Open Data buckets feeding our imagery downloader. So you can go into our imagery downloader if you more specifically know what tiles you want, you can click on them and download them, which is nice. So again, we're offsetting those costs. And then the kind of most exciting capability is we can directly connect to those buckets, or anyone can go directly connect to that AWS cloud bucket and pull that imagery into Pro. By being able to bring this into Pro, we can publish image services and base maps off of it. So then the next component is, how can we make that imagery a little bit more usable? So the AWS program helps us offset some of those costs that we could then invest into image dedicated. So image dedicated is an Esri hosted image server, so we don't have to spend our time weighing down on how to best leverage these image services, but can really worry about just publishing them. So we can publish private and public image layers. So we've been able to publish the public layers that are built off of those AWS open data tiles. So currently we just have the NAPE imagery published as image services. And what this allows you to do is you can use them as base maps, so bring them into your projects for GIS. They're also enabled for offline mode, so if you want to take them offline, you can. And again, you can bring them into your GIS desktop software and run image analysis tools on them. We have these in our statewide spatial data portal, and you can grab the REST ends for them. So these are all of our kind of increased public facing imagery offerings that are kind of new, trying to help increase the access to those and fill some of the gaps that we were seeing with our imagery. We are working on some of our private layers, especially for that offline mode. Listed out a number of resources. So if you want to check out, you can go to the AWS Marketplace and search their open data portal for the statewide Colorado imagery. We have some how-to guides on how to, make that connection to Pro or start to bring those in, or even where to go grab those REST endpoints. And then we are always trying to grow our imagery program to make sure it's meeting the most people's needs. So if you are an imagery user in the state and have some thoughts either on the products you're using or what your imagery needs are, have a quick survey if you feel like taking it. And then reach out to our office if you have questions on how to connect any of this imagery to help with your decision making.
Okay, we have one question from Nathan Lowry. Is AWS paying for the hosting of any of this open data?
Yeah, so we applied for the AWS Open Data Program, so they're paying for pretty much that entire bucket. So all of the storage of it and all of the fees for people to use it, which is why we can build these services and have people connect to it directly, because we aren't being charged for basically the consumption of that data.
And I have a related question. I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but are you only hosting statewide data?
Yeah, that's it. We're looking to host just imagery in the state of Colorado. But that being said, we are looking to host more publicly available data sets. As you saw in there, we're hosting, Dr. Cog's trap imagery. So if you have aerial imagery that can be made publicly available and you would like it to, definitely coordinate with us, because we can help get it into our bucket. Again, kind of create that one enterprise kind of location that people can go to and know that they can get a wide array of aerial imagery from across the state. So we're working on growing it. So if you have some, definitely please let us know and we can help get it in our bucket.
Okay, sounds great. I'll be reaching out. And Nathan had a follow-up. So agencies apply to AWS to receive that free service?
So you work just directly with us. So we own our AWS bucket. So we have the we have the access to put the imagery into the bucket, but anyone can go to the websites and use that data that's available there. So agencies don't have to apply, they just have to coordinate with us to get imagery within it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next presentation is titled Mapping Mass Care Needs by Dennis Hughes, Emergency Management Specialist with Denver Human Services. Dennis?
Thanks, Doug. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss what the Mass Care does and what our Mass Care Department Operations Center does. Our dock is much like the EOC downtown, but we're hyper-focused on mass care in the event an emergency or disaster arises in the city. So I'm going to share my screen. So mass care, in the event something does happen in the city, mass care is responsible for sheltering, feeding, distribution of emergency supplies such as those cots and blankets and hygiene kits where they're needed, and our reunification. In our response, we have a reactive and a proactive approach. In reactive, we're responding to events as they happen with no real planning. So your ad hoc decision making, there's probably more than likely some significant shortfalls or gaps in resource allocation. There's limited coordination because we don't know what partners we're working with and also who's responding. So that develops into slower response times, and toward the end moves into higher recovery costs. In the proactive approach, there's some anticipation and some preparedness, not necessarily specific related events, but disasters, emergencies overall under the big umbrella. If something happens, then we have some planning that we've already done, so which helps us in the development of that data-driven decision making through the information that we're getting, some pre-identified resource needs depending on where we're responding to. Also improving that resource allocation, a coordinated response effort through communications with our partners because we know who's responding at that time, which means faster response times, moving into a quicker recovery time for communities and lowering those response costs. So some of the initial planning considerations that we take into account when we are responding or even before we respond in any given area of the city is we look at the poverty level. There are probably going to be some significant challenges with food and sheltering if something was to happen. How many children live in a particular community and within what age groups, what disabilities are in those communities, and what transportation those communities have available to them. So I'm going to share my other screen here, slide this over. So in real time, so what we have a product here meant to be very simple and straightforward because we have staff in our dock that don't normally use GIS on a normal basis. So I wanted to make this as simple and straightforward as possible. So when it comes to that coordination, we can filter through this and look at, make visible our fire districts. So I'm going to focus on 2 neighborhoods to show the disparaging differences between the 2. The first one I'm going to look at is Sun Valley. So Sun Valley within the fire district is District 6, and then we can look at the police district, and it's in District 1. The other neighborhood that I'm going to focus on is going to be the Washington Park neighborhood. We'll come back to that here in just a second. But let's see, we can even have a filter to show what city council district that area lies in. So we know which city council member we'd probably be dealing with directly. Now we get into the real data that helps us in our decision making and what resources we're going to be providing and how much. So we look at a population. So in Sun Valley, this shows us that just over 1,000 people live here and about half of those are over the age of 18. That tells me as an emergency manager that about half of that population are children. In addition to that, there's a pie chart here that breaks it down. So about 65% of this population in Sun Valley is also female, with the remaining being male. So that tells me that if we had a response within this neighborhood or this community, that we're probably going to be looking at some more specific female related resources, such as potentially coordinating prenatal care or feminine hygiene products. With regards to Washington Park, the difference there is almost 80% of this population is over the age of 18, which means there's about a 20% population of children, and the male-female ratio is almost split almost in half. With regards to poverty, this tells us a lot. You see the chart here, the darker the color, the higher the poverty level. I'll start with Washington Park on this one. You can see here approximately, I'll say 3% of this population is at or below the federal poverty line. Scroll down to the chart here that this shows us breaks down by age groups. So the first group is between 12 and 17 years of age that are at or below the poverty line, with the vast majority of them being 18 to 59. This also tells us in our planning assumptions that we also have a population of an older generation that will probably need some additional assistance in the event an emergency happens here. You look at Sun Valley, there's a vast difference. Almost half of this population is at or below the poverty line, and the age ranges vary as well. Again, with the vast majority being 18 to 59, but we still are seeing a senior community here that potentially could be affected by any emergency or disaster. We also have the availability to see disabilities. Again, I'll start with Washington Park. There's approximately 4% of the population here that has some type of disability. The chart below helps us identify what those disabilities are identified as. The vast majority for Washington Park looks to be there's a hearing impairment or hearing difficulty of some kind. In addition to that, there's vision, there's cognitive difficulty, and along with some ambulatory. This tells me that we're probably going to have some durable medical equipment on standby or be sending in response to this if something was to happen here. Looking at Sun Valley, the darker the color obviously tells us there's going to be a little bit more. So this is a 15% population with an identified disability. Some have one, some have two identified. You see the vast majority here have a cognitive difficulty of some kind, but we still see some of those with the hearing and vision and ambulatory. In addition to this, we also look at transportation. So in Sun Valley, we see that approximately 30% of this population drive to work alone. So that's the vast majority of them, but you also see the public transportation. There's some carpool, there's the bus, there's light rail, taxi or Uber, also some walk to work. But then you look at Wash Park, the vast majority of them, about half of this population drives to work alone, but it would appear that the other half work from home. So this tells me as an emergency manager, there's not as great of a transportation need if something was to happen versus Sun Valley, where quite a few people take public transportation or walk to work. There's going to be some transportation needs there if something was to happen. So looking at the case study here, just rough numbers. So the poverty level in Sun Valley is almost half versus Washington Park is only at 3%. Population of kids is almost double in Sun Valley than it is in Washington Park. Disabilities is a significant increase in Sun Valley as well. And those that utilize public transportation total over Sun Valley and Washington Park, 64% versus 3%. So this tells me that if we had the same type of emergency or disaster in either one of these, we're going to be sending more resources initially into Sun Valley. So it just helps us in our initial response efforts. That was a quick down and dirty. Any questions?
Do we have any questions for Dennis? Okay, I don't see anything, but I do see one comment that says this is super fascinating. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, so the next presentation is entitled Takeoff at Den, Digitally Transforming Legacy Systems into a Modern Airport GIS by Chelsea Cedar Weatherford, Geospatial Supervisor of Denver International Airport. Chelsea?
Hi. Thanks, Doug. So today it's going to be a very high-level overview of some really cool stuff we're doing at the airport and showing how we're getting our old legacy GIS system into a super awesome modern airport GIS. All right. So we've started many years ago. We were all on ArcMap, as many of us were. A lot of our workflows were through ArcMap. Some of them were very custom too. And with team members leaving, coming and going, it was difficult to keep those workflows up to date and running smoothly. We also, it was just my team, just the GIS team doing anything GIS. So we didn't really have any power or core users outside of my team doing any kind of GIS work. So about 5 years ago, we started migrating everything to ArcGIS Pro. We are moving our applications onto the Esri Enterprise Portal system. That is our main platform that all of our employees at the airport use and access. All of our applications, our maps, experience builders, dashboards. And we're working with our IT department to build this roadmap to integrate our GIS into other enterprise systems. Looking ahead, what we're trying to do is build this digital campus. We want to have all of our data from the airfield, taxiways, runways, all of that in our database, as well as all of our indoor data as well, which I'll show a little bit later. We're training individuals outside of my team to use ArcGIS Pro more so they can become power users, they understand GIS, they can do their own workflows, and they don't have to rely on my team as much. And actually starting to integrate GIS more into our other enterprise systems at the airport, our asset management system like Maximo, BOC, which does a lot of inspections on the airfield, our camera system, and so many more. So we started with our airfield signage. It was all on ArcMap. It was completely separated from our production geodatabase. Everything was an ArcMap, things were in 2D. And it was a very, very clunky system to manage and update. My team is responsible for keeping the signage and marking plan up to date for the airport, and we have to every year print out PDF documents for the FAA yearly inspection. So with our move to Enterprise Portal, we also upgraded our signage. So now everything is in the FAA 18B schema geodatabase. We're using ArcGIS Pro, and the cool thing now, signs are both in 2D and 3D. So we can display signs for users at the airport however they want. If they want to view it just on a flat map within ArcGIS Pro, they can, or they can look at it 3D on our spatial gateway. The next thing that we started doing was updating our surfaces. So most of you know, Denver Airport, we're massive. We've got 6 active runways and 6 future runways, totaling 12 runways. Each runway has this imaginary surface, 20 to 30 imaginary surfaces, and that tells pilots, contractors, builders, the airport, how high buildings can be built on our property for planes, for taking off and landing. So that averages to about 300 surfaces total. Initially, again, all of our surfaces disconnected from our main production geodatabase, and they were just raster images, so it was really difficult to do any kind of analysis with them. For the past year, we've been working with a contractor to update all of our surfaces, where they're now multi-patch. They're in that same 18B schema database, and they can be used to actually do analyses with them. We're building a custom application that's going to be available to all the employees. They can drop points on a map and actually perform a structural analysis and see if a tower or a building or a roof is going to pass the surface and cause issues. We're also training and teaching our airport planning team how to use ArcGIS Pro, pull data into the desktop platform, pull these surfaces in there and perform their own analyses. So they don't have to rely on my team to do all of that, to make maps and run that. We're using the airport aviation extension through Pro as well as the server. And what you see here on the right-hand side, the black box, evaluate obstacles from ArcGIS Pro. And then there's another workflow that we created that spits out all of these points, which is that middle picture there on the bottom right, showing what a potential obstruction would look like crossing all of the surfaces. And finally, ArcGIS Indoors. This is our biggest project that we're currently working on. We have most of our data on the outside mapped, runways, taxiways, lights, paint, all of that, but we never had anything indoor. So we're working very closely with our digital facilities and infrastructure team, DFI for short. They manage the BIM models and CAD models as well, and we're pulling that information into the indoor schema. That's going to allow us to create and monitor all of our occupancy needs, all of our floor plans, where people are sitting, if we have offices or cubicles that are vacant, as well as monitoring and showing assets on a map. That ranges from desktops, computers, all the way to HVAC systems. And we're going to integrate that with again, our cameras, Maximo, VOC, potentially our 911 system at the airport. So this is just a video to kind of show you what our indoor system could look like. This was a proof of concept that was created in one day, so less than 24 hours. We needed to show senior leadership that it was possible with the data that we have today to create indoors. This is our airport office building, or AOB for short. And as you can see, it is possible. The key component that we needed is a BIM code, or unique ID. That is, you see on that pop-up, AOB _062 West 076. All of that's called a BIM code. All of the units and rooms have a unique identifier, and that's what makes indoors work. We're now just transitioning to show what Space Planner application looks like. This was the main reason we wanted to stand up indoors, is to create a workspace planner for our staff. We did not have a really good seating chart available to everyone. They either lived in Excel sheets, PDF documents, hand-drawn, and we needed somewhere that was central and accessible to everyone at the airport and could also be edited by certain individuals. And this is where the Space Planner app comes into play. It has different floors, so it's floor aware. On the right-hand side, you can browse different buildings. Right now, we've got airport office building, our 3 concourses, a terminal, and our 2 buildings that are way off site. That has all of our staff in them, as well as concessions. The Space Planner application also lets you perform moves. So you can move an occupant or a person from one office or cubicle to another, or if they no longer work at the airport, they'll be removed from the Space Planner application, and that space will be shown as vacant. So the last video, just to end, just kind of shows all the cool stuff all together that we're working on. Starts with indoors data. So this is our BIM models, 3D data. That's our airport, that's a concourse there in the background. Then we shift over to our airport signs. So as you can see, our signs are in 3D. What you see on this map is what you also see on the ground. And then we pan out at the end to show all of our surfaces that we have. This is not all of them. It's a handful of our existing surfaces, but kind of gives you an idea of the data that we're working with. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Chelsea. Do we have any questions for Chelsea? Okay, I don't see any questions. Brett Knox is not on the call yet. So I think we're going to skip over his presentation for now and go to Ashley Martinovich, GIS technician, Denver Parks and Rec, Forestry. And her presentation is titled Office of the City Forester's Annual Report.
Sweet, thank you, Doug. I'm sharing my screen. Hopefully everyone can see that. Hi, everyone. For anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Ashley. I'm a GIS technician with the Office of the City Forester, and I'm excited to share with you our annual report. This will be a very brief overview of our annual report, where we use story maps to communicate our yearly accomplishments with the public. We use GIS to embed 3 main web maps into this story map. So we have one to see canopy coverage, we have one for tree plantings and removals, and then we also have one for tree diversity in each neighborhood. So this serves as an informational resource about our tree programs and kind of why we do what we do. So this is going to be, like I said, a very brief, high level, and I'll make sure to drop the link for this in the chat. So I definitely invite you to explore it in more detail on your own time if a certain program catches your eye or if you just would like some more information. So just scrolling right along, we start off with a letter from our city forester, Luke, kind of highlighting the main accomplishments of the year in more of a letter format. And then we'll go into kind of why trees matter, as well as urban canopy and what exactly tree canopy is. And this will lead into our first web map, which, pardon my internet connection, it's been a little slow today for some reason, but our first web map is a 2014 and 2020 canopy comparison between the 2 years. So up here, I have Cheeseman Park pulled up. So on the left-hand side, you can see this is 2014 canopy. Whenever you click on it, a nice little pop-up will come up on what neighborhood you're in, as well as the canopy percentage for that year. So you can see for 2014, we had 28% for Cheeseman. And then if you click on the other side, we had an increase for Cheeseman. So we're at about 29% in 2020. And this is just a fun map to kind of scroll between to just see how tree canopy is changing over time, or if it's changing over time. Another aspect of this that I really like is the search capabilities. So the ability for residents to go in and actually see if canopy is changing in their neighborhood and how much it is. And again, whenever you click on it, it'll show you exactly that neighborhood's canopy percentage. And yeah, there's more information on the left side about exactly what canopy is and why canopy does change over time. So scrolling right along, we go into urban forestry management. So this is kind of the bread and butter of what forestry does. So this is our tree plantings and our tree removals information. And it goes into kind of like our enforcement and different projects that we go into. And that leads into our next web map, which is our plantings and removals map. So it's pretty similar to the other one, where we have the search capabilities on the right, as well as the plantings removals on the right-hand side. So residents can scroll in and see exactly in their neighborhood what trees were planted for 2024. And clicking on a circle, all of the green circles are plantings, and then all of the purple X's are removals. So whenever we click on this, you'll see exactly who planted it. So city plantings tend to be our BASA plantings, which is our free tree planting program, as well as the species. And then we'll also have the size class. So most of the time, if it's a tree planting, it will be the size class 0 to 6 because it's a new tree. But it'll also tell you about the neighborhood and what district you're in. And the same thing for removals too. But some of these will still be like vacant sites or stump removals, but this is helpful for people to go around if there's specific tree removals in their neighborhood and they want to know a little bit more information about that. Scrolling right along, we have a little bit more information about our enforcement process. Programs and projects is a very in-depth section, so I'm going to just breeze by this, but again, I encourage you to go into this if you're more interested, but I'll just call them out as we scroll by. So our first project is our Urban Forest Strategic Plan. This is the Urban Forest Priorities Map that was showcased in the first presentation. So this is helping us guide canopy growth goals across the city and based on neighborhood and the different priority areas, as well as priority cooling corridors. Then we have information about Be a Smart Ash, which is our free tree planting program, as well as information about how we're using our ash removal and replacement program. We have information about our F&I program, which is removing hazardous trees. We have information about 16th Street and the tree planting process that went into that last year. We also had a pilot pruning project last year, so there's a little bit of information on that, as well as Trees and Trails, which was a community engagement project. Tree Force, which is where we partnered with the park people. And then the Trees in Dry Cities Coalition talk that was performed last year. One of the last sections is about Denver's diversity. So here we have a diagram of the top 10 species in Denver. So we have maple, ash, oak trees for the top 3, and then the rest of those guys on the other side. But these colors will actually correspond with our diversity map here, which I personally really like. Again, we have the search capabilities here, and the layers on the side. But each of these trees, their size is dependent on their size class. So the bigger trees will show up as a bigger circle on the map. So here we have a cottonwood tree that has a size class of 48 plus DBH. And then if we scroll around here, we have the other top 10 trees, but we also have just other trees in our inventory. So if there's a certain tree that's not a maple or an oak, we can have that here too. So this is a fun web map to just kind of mess around with and see what kind of trees are in your neighborhood or outside of your work, for example. So it's a fun little web map we have. Then we have some information about pests, and we end off with resources as well as information about our partners. So again, this was a very brief overview of our annual report, and I'll make sure to drop it in our chat. So I invite you to explore it more if you're interested, and the Office of the City Forester is interested in continuing using digital resources like this. And we're also open for feedback. So if there's anything in here that you would like to see more of, definitely let me know. But yeah, other than that, if anyone has any questions, happy to answer.
Okay, we do have a couple questions. Bill Martin from External says, do you map your tree locations with GPS?
We actually use our tree inventory software for our tree inventory. So it's with Tree Keeper, and they did their inventory, I think, last year. And yes, I'm assuming they use GPS and I think LiDAR as well. So.
Cool. And then the other question is there anything that maps and or talks about Colorado native tree species?
No, we don't. I don't think we have any information specifically about native tree species, just besides calling out some of those in our other maps. But that might be something interesting to add. I know we have about 400 tree species in Denver. And when it comes to native trees in the Front Range, what I've heard is that we only have about 3, which includes cottonwoods, which aren't a very great street tree, supposedly. But yeah, so far, no. But it might be interesting to look at, especially mountain trees like aspens or pine trees.
Okay, great. I don't see any other questions at this point. So we're going to go to Seiji Nakatani, Senior Statistical Researcher for the Denver Police Department, and his presentation, Smart Crime Mapping, Emerging Hotspots with Space-Time Cubes.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. And this will be a little bit different than some of the other presentations. Seiji Nakatani. Let me see if I can get this. There we go. This helps. This is one of the tools we're exploring to help with the PNI, Place Network Investigation Tools. That's an effort to reduce gun violence in Denver. I'm kind of going in a bit on how to use the tool and the data that comprises some of the results of the tool. First, we'll start out with our selection layer, but in this, we're not using Denver International Airport because it has its own police district. It's its own police district, and it has its own police dispatch and relatively few violent gun crimes. We'll bring in some weighted calls. We have these weighted on severity. In particular, this is and when they occurred. And similar, we're going to bring in offenses, violent gun offenses and gun-related offenses that, again, are weighted on severity and when they occurred. And so we take a 400-foot hexagonal fishnet grid, and we place this over our, this is our selection area, and we place it over there. We take all those crimes that we had that and often CAD calls that I showed you, and for each layer contains about 6 months of data, of weighted data, and they're aggregated to these hexes, and each hex then is given a value. Each has its own weight. And again, we do this for 10 years for every month. So we have 10 plus years at this point. So we have about 120 layers of data in here. And so while we can easily get where things are happening, it's difficult to find out how long, in a sense, that it's been happening at that location, and get a feeling for that. So to begin with, we'll use to help us identify these places, these persistently violent places, we're going to look at this crime analysis tool set. It's, when you install it, you get this crime analysis tab and a bunch of tools. And we're going to be using the create spacetime cube, and we're going to look at the emerging hotspot analysis. Essentially, the spacetime cube takes our two-dimensional layers and adds as a third dimension time. And because we have our offense data and CAD data already joined and summed up in each of these polygon layers that I showed you, that hex grid, we're going to use not the default selection. We're going to use the create spacetime cube from defined locations. And some of the settings that we'll use, it's kind of different than some of the other tools that are native, that are more common with ArcPro equipment. We're going to actually be sending this into it outputs an NC file, and that you just want to put into some folder that you can find. It's kind of like a little hiccup point. Some of the parameters, since we do this every month, our time fields for month start, time step alignment. We're having this look at every month, but let's say we had to look at years, and we had our interval be something like June of 2015 to the end of October 2025. Since that doesn't line up exactly, we can use this time step alignment to choose which side we're going to start our time steps. And then the variables we're using, you can use counts, but in here, because we have scores, aggregated scores already, we're going to use that. And the bins that don't have anything, we're going to fill with zeros. And when you run it, it outputs that file into the file location, and you get a report like this. And this is fairly just self-explanatory. It tells you where and when things are happening. But this shows you that for the overall space-time cube, for most everything, that not much has changed. There's no significant significant trends or changes in the cube entirely. But it doesn't say that there isn't any micro or local clustering. Just as an option, you can visualize these space-time cubes, and in that you'll need to open up a local a scene, and we're going to use a local scene because we're geocoding things in state plane, and essentially use the same settings as you would use when you made the space-time cube itself, but you just find the location where you dropped it and you bring it back. And when you let it run, I would have showed the entire city, but it was destroying my graphics processor, and it would only load so much. But this is kind of what you get. This is each of those layers going up and down, like vertically, would represent 1 month. And so, like I said, we have about 120 plus layers on here, and each grid is on the horizontal plane is the represents that 400-foot area, with darker colors being having a higher score, and this is just computing raw scores, and the lighter scores having less scores. And if we go in closer, you can look. And this is me visualizing as points just so it's easier to see, but this is like from the top down zoomed in level, because you can kind of zoom in and see everything. So you can see where these points are in time and location. that's just a visualization. To actually make sense out of it all, we use the second tool called emerging hotspot analysis. We take this space-time cube that we created, and we have to create its spatial relationships, because it's finds statistical significance in relation to those neighbors. In here, because we're using a defined set of hexagons, we're going to use continuity of edge corners. That'll give us an immediate 6 neighbors, and we're going to bring that out to about 12 to help us define some, also bring in data to help us define some colder zones. And for this, we're using our time step as 1, so we're going to go through every single layer, and we're going to use the entire cube for this purpose. And ultimately, our results turn into something like this, and we have a legend that's pretty intense here of new hotspots, consecutive, intensifying, and one we're particularly paying attention to are the persisting ones, and then along with some diminishing hotspots and others, and some cold spots. We're in the beginning with this tool. We're using in conjunction with some others. It seems to bring back some interesting results. And from what I understand, we're just looking at it as a whole. We can explore it. We can maybe explore time steps in months to look at seasonality and other ways to view the information. But again, zooming in closer, for this particular area, you can go down and you can see some of these areas are these persistent hotspots. But what does that mean? We open up the category definitions. And for the ones that are where the last time step is hot, we're looking at these persistent, where at least 90% of the time step intervals are hot with no trend up or down. And then there's very similar descriptions when the last time step's cold. And again, this is a tool that we're beginning to explore, and that we're also using in conjunction with just some of our other methods of exploration, of trying to look at places, locations, micro locations in particular, that have been persistently violent, that have shown persistence in violent gun crimes over many years. And that's it from me.
Awesome. Thank you, Seji. Do we have any questions? Oh, we do. Let's see. Are you planning on looking into potential cause attributes or demographic data?
Absolutely. This is a tool to help identify what these areas are. This then is used in what we call place network investigations, where some of these locations become candidates for essentially searching to find out what and why this is happening. And it brings in, it's not just a police effort, it's a multi-agency effort to see if there's things about the location that can be changed to make this not a violent gun crime hotspot anymore, without having to saturate it with police efforts and whatnot.
Thank you. And then Mike King said that he didn't have success using space-time cubes for doing traffic crash analysis. Do you think this would be helpful for that? I know, with ArcGIS Pro, they come out with new versions quarterly. Do you find the tools are getting better?
This is our first. Well, this is our first deep dive into it. As far as traffic crash analysis, I don't know. It may depend on how things are set up, especially since there's alignments versus grids, and then how to determine nearest neighbor. It would take a bit of looking into to see how that would apply for crashes. I'm happy to talk with you at any time.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the questions I saw. So we're going to do one more police related lightning talk, and then we're going to have Brett Knox from the airport talk to get back onto schedule. So our next presentation is Crime Analysis Connecting the Dots by Lindsay Horvath, Crime Data Analyst of the Denver Police Department.
Hi, everybody, and good afternoon officially. So you just heard from my colleague Seiji. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the crime analysis toolbar and how we use it over here in DPD. Just too long didn't read on our crime data. We've got our two main sources that we pull data from on a consistent basis, like Seiji showed, CAD and our records management system for our offense data. CAD is either generated either by people calling into DEN 911 or officers initiating action. Some of these CAD events result in a report. You can also report offenses online. This will generate a report in our records management system, but doesn't necessarily generate a CAD. We are lucky to have access to the back end of our systems. Not all police departments have this ability. We are just grateful that TS and GIS has set up all of these different robust options that we have and we can use. Our RMS is a PostgreSQL system, and we have PostGIS available to update our data and place it into shapes. So I'm going to go a little bit into, skipped over just really fast, our crime analysis solution. So one of the things that we use the toolbar for are two different items and our investigative analysis area of the toolbar. The first is points to track segments and generate origin destination links. I'm going to actually talk about generate origin destination links first. One of the big issues that if you're new to crime data and potentially to Colorado, we had a large auto theft problem post-COVID pandemic. So this is a screenshot of historic auto theft trends. As you can see, we had over 13,000 vehicles reported stolen in 2022. These are either attempted or completed, and some of these were being stolen by criminal crews. So how could we identify this? Mapping. We first plotted, we can plot our auto theft data. This is actually just from February 2025, just as an example. It's pretty mind-numbing when you look at it in totality like this. So this tool that we use, generate origin destination links, we can then take our recovered areas. Thankfully, our RMS collects that data, so we've got both of those points available to us. We'll go in and map and then overlay the data. You can kind of see, but we don't know if what parts of cluster, what's not. So using the generate origin destination links, we go in, say, here's my stolen vehicles, here's my recovered vehicles. It'll then generate some lines for us. Again, it's pretty clustered when you look at it from here, kind of hard to parse out. And this is why it's more of an investigative analysis tool that helps the analyst dig in, dive into the information, and it's pretty much just scrolling and rolling. So for instance, right here, we have a nice set of clusters of both recoveries and steals. This is near East Colfax in Quebec. We have a cluster of those two. So as part of my next steps in the analysis, I'll dig into those data points, looking for commonalities in potentially vehicle make, model, and year, as well as time of day, day of week information. And then also I can pass this along to our patrol officers so that they might keep an eye out for further crime in this area. Next part, we're going to be talking about series. Another useful tool we use to provide us a timeline and spatial information is that other option. excuse me. In this example, I received a set of GPS data from a detective asking me to overlay it with offense data. As it stands, this doesn't really give me too much time about time and movement. Using points to track segments tool create this map. The tool itself grabs the time from the data and plots it. As you can see, hopefully the green lines provide directionality. Using the slider bar up top, I can watch the movement. In this example, we might have evidence of the suspect committing 2 crimes at spot 167. I've also noticed the GPS stopped at 174. When I overlay it with offense data from that same day, I notice another crime, a theft from motor vehicle. I look up the case and see that we have video evidence of a similar suspect at the same time as the GPS point is there committing the crime. I can provide this new case information to the detective for possible inclusion in charges. Based on analyzing the full data, the points around 1929 is where our suspect lays their head. If we were unaware of this location, this would be somewhere I would suggest to the detective to look into, especially if we were still missing property or other known evidence. The detective might set up an operation for surveillance or reach out to Commerce City to see if they are aware of any issues. Products like these provide more actionable evidence for the next steps. They may also end up submitted as evidence in courts, which we also have to be prepared to testify upon. These are just 2 of the many tools we use here in DPD, the Data Analysis Bureau, on a weekly basis. All of us have received training on how to use these various tools, and it's pretty powerful stuff, as you saw with what Seiji had. Are there any questions?
Do we have any questions for Lindsay?
All right. Thank you.
I do not see any, but as somebody who's once had his car stolen in Denver, I'm glad you have this technology.
Yeah, it does come in handy, especially working these larger crews that you'll see us able to file what we call COCA charges, the Colorado organization crime. It's kind of like RICO, but for Colorado. Really helps us identify and work on and process these long-term investigations. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, our next presentation is from Brett Knox, Senior Manager, Airside Operations, Denver International Airport, and it's titled DEN Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Program. Brett?
Good afternoon. Are you guys able to see the full screen, or is it? I'm trying to look at this differently.
Now we can.
Okay, perfect. So Brett Knox, Senior Operations Manager. Just want to kind of go over our drone program and how we're looking at purchasing a LiDAR drone. So just a quick current state of what we have. We currently have 19 107 licensed pilots at DEN. The drones we have in our fleet, we have 3 Mavic 3 Pros. We have one Matrice 30T, one Mini 4 Pro, and then our mapping drone is our Mavic 3 multispectral drone. So kind of how we're using our drones for mapping, a lot of photogrammetry right now. That's kind of how we're set up. We're using site scan to kind of put our images together. We've been pretty impressed with that product. It does quite a bit for us. It even helps us with slopes. On the bottom picture here with the colors, you can kind of see on one of our runway 725, there's about a 30-foot hump on that runway that didn't even realize that was there until actually we did some of this imagery. And also with site scan, we use it to kind of do a quick measurement of our marking just to make sure that they're within FAA specs. That's the picture on the left. The picture on the right helps us kind of do pavement analysis, where these green lines kind of show you kind of where you either have some cracking or possible drone material that you're missing in your pavement. We're also using it to help us with our fill piles, kind of keeping track of the fill that we have. We have about a number of fill piles here at the airport. And we're working with our survey team. And our survey team was doing an assessment of these piles about once a year, wanting to do it monthly, but they just didn't have the capability or the people. Just to give you an idea, like kind of what these fill piles look like. The picture on the right is showing like our north fill pile, which it's a large fill pile. And to do that north fill pile, it would take our surveyors about 10 weeks to do the analysis of that. And we're able to do that flight in under an hour and do an upload. It takes a couple hours to do a quick upload and get that information over to our survey team. We're able to save the surveyors just a cost of $648,000 a year, just us kind of helping them out with that. If we were to have a contractor do that same kind of work and analysis, it's almost $1.4 million. So now we're going to kind of move on to LiDAR mapping. And I don't know how familiar you guys are with this. We're still kind of learning a little bit more with this. And we've done a case study that will kind of show you between photogrammetry and LiDAR. And I'll just kind of show the image. It kind of makes more sense. So with the site scan, we're able to do a 3D image of our main terminal. Our engineers, we're actually doing a replacement of the roof, and we're trying to determine what materials are and the distances of material that they'll need to be able to put this roof on in sections. So they asked us to fly it with the drone, and our survey team kind of looked into like what it would look like if we actually got like a LiDAR drone and to do that same flight to see how much better it would be. And what this picture is showing you, it's showing you both images kind of meshed together. So in purple, you'll see the LiDAR image, and in gray, you see the photogrammetry. And that gray is actually after 40 hours of like work trying to clean up some of the data. And you can kind of see when you see that gray, it almost looks like snow on top of the tent there. But that's actually just kind of that distortion that you get from photogrammetry when you try to put a point cloud together. So if you're kind of doing a side-by-side comparison of LiDAR over photogrammetry, the top left is showing you the photogrammetry and the bottom right is showing you like LiDAR. Just kind of show you quick. It's just kind of showing the movement. With the mesh, that's photogrammetry. You'll see that you're not seeing everything with the photogrammetry, unfortunately. And then when you go to straight light, the LiDAR image here in a minute, that was just a quick upload and it came up very, very clean, which I know our engineers were very excited about for this project. Again, the photogrammetry mapping, kind of what it looks like from a side image. The LiDAR mapping, it also gives you the ability to actually determine like different materials, where you can see the purple is kind of showing that Teflon coated roof, where you'll get like kind of a blue image of the metal and kind of some green for the windows. It's able to kind of determine a lot of that. It's just more LiDAR mapping. And so the drone that we were looking at to fly or to purchase to be able to do a LiDAR, we're looking at the Inspired Flight 1200. This is a heavy lift drone that can hold or carry 19.1 pounds, which is a lot for a payload, able to fly with max wind resistance of 23 knots. It is also American made. I know right now, with a lot of our projects being from China, the DJI products, that we are very interested in purchasing an American-made drone. And it gives us some capability to have like different payloads on this drone. Like the drones we currently have, we can't really like swap out payloads with those, where this one we can. So we are in the process of purchasing this drone and the LiDAR. We're getting a higher resolution camera. We're going from a 20 megapixel camera to a 65 megapixel camera, and possibly looking into the possibility of even purchasing like a ground penetrating radar for this unit as well. And it's got some other custom options as well, if we're interested in looking into that. Reason why we're kind of looking into this, just because it gives us an engineering quality as built, which it's kind of interesting when I first came here how this airport doesn't have a lot of that. So that was the hope, to be able to get some of that. The other reason, even though these drones are costly, it is going to save us a lot of time in the office. I know I probably didn't do the best job describing the noise in the data, but when you have like that, like clutter or almost looks like the snow, that's kind of the noise that takes a lot of time for our survey folks to kind of go through and kind of clean up that data. And then it's also, when you're over photogrammetry, LiDAR imagery actually uploads a lot faster than LiDAR, which is definitely nice. And for us here at the airport, we're looking at actually flying our runways at night, where when you have photogrammetry, you're just not going to get anything from a night flight, but with LiDAR, you're able to fly. So you're not impacting traffic, which is definitely very appealing for us at the airport. And then we kind of did a quick breakdown if there's any interest in people wanting to purchase, like if you were to have a contractor do these same missions for you, it's anywhere from $3,000 to $4,000 a day. If you want to do like the flight on the processing, it's about $7,000. So our thought is we probably would be able to fly enough missions to be able to pay off this product within probably the first year. Other thing is flying here at the airport's different within the Class B airspace. There's definitely a lot of missions or a lot of flights going on, and trying to do that coordination with the FAA. We've got a good partnership with them. And when you bring a contractor in to fly, it just kind of changes the dynamics of that flight, and it could cause some issues. And it's just easier if these flights are being done with our folks. So I tried to make it quick. Hopefully it wasn't too long.
No, it's perfect. Very, very interesting. So I believe Amanda Young had a question. There was one person with their hand up.
Sorry, that was a mistake.
Okay, cool. And then somebody had a question about a fill pile, which was answered already. So anybody have any other additional questions for Brett? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, wait. What would you use the ground penetrating radar sensor for at DEN?
I think we were thinking it was going to help us with locating utilities, as well as kind of checking on our capped oil rigs that we have here at the airport. That was the thought. We still have to demo it to see kind of how it works. We're still kind of learning a little bit about that. But the thought was to buy, instead of buying, we could have bought a smaller drone, but the worry was we keep on buying drones and then they get kind of phased out, or we thought that it was worth it just to buy the big drone and be able to change the payloads.
We have one more question. Were you able to get any extra flights in when air traffic was reduced last week?
I did do a flight on Monday. We did a mapping mission of runway 17 left, 35 right, because that was closed because we do have a couple cracks in the runway that kind of popped up that we needed to do emergency closure for. But normally during the day right now, with the runway being closed with maintenance, we're not able to do too much. But hopefully we just got 35 right open, so now we're hoping to get our runways reflown.
Okay, thank you, Brett. Our next presentation is titled Licensing with Insight, Using GIS Maps to Enforce Tobacco Retail Regulations by Brendan Gentry, Tobacco Program Supervisor, Department of Public Health and Environment. Brendan?
Hello, everybody. I'll go ahead and share my screen here. Just one second. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Perfect. Excellent. So thank you for the introduction. My name is Brendan Gentry. I'm the Tobacco Program Supervisor over at Community Behavioral Health, which is housed under the Denver Department of Public Health and Environment. Today I'm going to be talking a little bit about how GIS maps help us enforce tobacco retail regulations. So first, what I wanted to do is get a breakdown of what and who we are. So as I mentioned, we are in Denver Department of Public Health and Environment. This will come into factor later. We are housed under Community and Behavioral Health. My team is mostly known for the undercover underage compliance checks, meaning that we send in the youth operatives to go in and try to purchase tobacco products. We do have an undercover team that does that here in city. Over at DDPHE, we are not law enforcement of any measure, so we are just regular, like food inspectors, just with the tobacco label. Our biggest point here, in which I'll kind of get it to touch into it, is we serve as the proximity review for licenses. So kind of how this all started off, we had a policy change back in October of 2019 before the national policy went into effect. We raised the tobacco age of purchasing from 18 to 21. National was just shortly after. What this did with us going before national is it allowed us to create a requirement for licensing for all retail tobacco stores here in City County. In that policy agreement, or I'm sorry, that policy change came to some agreements that was set out, and one of them being that new tobacco stores must be 1,000 foot from a school, K through 12, city-owned pool, or a city-owned rec center, outdoor rec center, or a city-owned outdoor pool. Let me rephrase that. Very, very conscious on the wording of that. So we did allow an exemption status to those that were previously selling. So all you had to do was submit proof of tobacco sales prior to 2021, whether that be a sales document, a ledger, anything that basically kind of proved they were selling tobacco there. So the biggest thing is that the footage is very, very well written to the policy that it has to be 1,000 foot from the restricted property line. So meaning the school that's over on the corner, it would be the corner where we take that property measurement, and then we would go to the nearest portion of the building. If they are in a strip mall, it would be just that nearest portion of the building, and trying to make sure that we can get that correctly measured. So as we started this off, I mentioned that we were over in DDPHE, so we had to create some partnerships over in excise and licensure and with city's attorney's office. So it created a big partnership with all of us working in conjunction and coordination together on a licensing piece. So we had to come together and learn each other's workflow, how to properly identify what the needs of retailers and how we can continue to move the football down the field, so to speak. So one of the things that came out of this was some online trainings, similar to other agencies, such as liquor and cannabis. So what we decided to do was to make it as easy as possible, since they were familiar with some of these processes, and create a nice little lovely page that has training videos, steps to know before you apply, proximity restrictions, kind of a 1 through 9 step process on our website. So if someone that had no idea about a retail tobacco store license, they could follow this guidance document and essentially show them what they needed to be in compliance with. So as we kind of get everything stuck together, we started rolling through. COVID kind of put a damper on things, so we had to push everything back until about July 1st of 2021. So it kind of made things a little bit tough for us, but while we were there, we started to move into our first GIS maps that we had been implemented here in the tobacco world. So we started our first trainings in 2020. We figured we'd get a use of our time while we're at home with COVID to try to start training staff on GIS mapping, because this is a brand new system that I have never used, my investigators have never used. We were not expecting to use this, but we were trained with our staff here, did some training modules, some breakdowns, and it was very informative on how we can utilize GIS maps for compliance. And so what we started to do was we created bubbles around these restricted areas, meaning you can kind of see on the map here, we just created like this bubble, and if they were in that vicinity, then they would be out of proximity, and then we'd have to venture down the exemption route. And so the first map was kind of clunky, a little wonky. It was a work in progress. It was something that we first drew up, trying to work with it, see how it works for us, see how it worked for city's attorney's office, see how it worked for EXL. So it was a work in progress, to say the least. We issued our first proximity denial back in 2021. We noticed that there were some things that were a little bit restrictive and needed to be more descriptive on our denial language and how city's attorney's office wanted that letter to go out. So they really wanted us to maximize the capabilities of GIS and the measurements down to the nearest inch. So we had some concerns about how that was written. But ultimately, we went to a hearing officer, which oversaw one of these denials, and the hearing officer upheld that denial and gave us some good information, some good points to work with, and how we can continue to update and refine our process. So that leads to kind of how the refinement. So we took a little bit of look in 22 and 23, how we really want this to look and work, how we can make it easier for us. So we found that we had roughly about 537 retailers. All 537 of those have been mapped via GIS. So meaning that if they were out of proximity, they provided proof of sales and all the good stuff that along with that. We also had about 50 plus applications. I think it was right around about 61, 62 denied/withdrawn due to proximity rules. A majority of those did not go through once they found out about the proximity rules and restrictions. They found that their business was not in compliance, and so it ultimately led to going to be denied, but they withdrew before that. So in 23, we began mapping restricted zones with DDPHE GIS analyst. A huge shout out to Roxanne Needham for helping me get those put together. So what we decided to do was we learned that the capabilities of GIS can really play out and map a property line. And so knowing that we have to hit those property lines, what we decided to do was try to make it as streamlined and as easy as process so people can see the full restricted area. Because what is happening is state laws for tobacco are a little bit different for proximity. For the state, it is a pedestrian-based pathway. So meaning that they would walk sidewalks to that location. Ours is in a straight line. So if it's in a corner, it's going to be from that corner rather than where they would enter the building at the pedestrian to the restricted area. So what that also did was create some confusion for retailers because ours is a little bit more stricter than the state, and they were unfamiliar with our process. So what we decided to do was we wanted to try to make this map searchable on our website so there would be no questions. People could say, well, it's not listed. How can I know? We had a lot of retailers that reached out to us about this, but we tried to be upfront to say, hey, this is on our website, this is where you can find it, and trying to make sure that retailers understood the process behind the proximity checks. So what you're seeing now is our new proximity map that we have created. On the right there is a zoomed out of CCD, but on the left there is those restricted areas. So if you can see, the whole property is redded out, makes it a little bit easier for us to relay that information to retailers to understand where the property line is and how that works for them. So ultimately, what that came out to be was we ended up updating our website. Roxanne and I worked diligently to getting this put together in 23. So it's been on our website for almost 2 years now. What you can do is you can search your address in this kind of, if you look over on the right there, there's a drop down where you can search your address and you can check to how close, using the GIS map, of how close you are to a restricted area and if you would potentially meet those restrictions or not. Then what we really tried to do was a breakdown of all the proximity laws. So if you really look in there, we tried to break it down, what's in code, what's in language, so that way retailers were not confused. They have a lot of questions. Unfortunately, we can't provide legal advice, and that was one of the terms that we commonly used. And so we just pointed to here's what's in law. And then last, something that I really wanted to highlight, something that we had recently passed here in City County Denver was a tobacco flavor ban. We actually used GIS mapping to help map a lot of violations, tobacco retailers, tobacco facilities, along with schools per district. This is something that City Council wanted to review so they could see per council member what it looked like. And so we were able to break down using a GIS map and multiple layers of violations and all from there. And the good news is that it overwhelmingly passed here in City County by 70%. So huge win for tobacco team. And with that, that is all I have. Any questions?
We have one question from Luke Martin. Is this tool only for the city and county of Denver?
Yes, it is. It's only marked within city lines. So anything outside will register that is not a city CCD location, and then will be flagged that it's not.
Do we have any additional questions? Okay. Our next presentation is titled Expanding Urban Farming Through Machine Learning and Spatial Analysis by Luke Martin, GIS Specialist, Department of Public Health and Environment from Jefferson County, but his project also included Denver. Luke?
So I thought, hello, first of all, but I thought Paula and Jessica were going first.
Yeah, I had it mixed up, but that's okay if you're not ready. We can get somebody else up. So
I'm ready, but their presentation going first, it like flows nicely into mine.
Okay.
If
in that case,
if they're ready.
Yeah, let me see if Grant's ready to go.
Yeah, I can go, Doug.
Okay, thanks, Grant. So our next presentation is increased efficiency through GIS inspector routing. Proof of concept by Grant Garska, GIS Supervisor, Community Planning and Development. Grant?
Yep, thank you. You said increase in efficiency, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's our goal. Hi, I'm Grant with CPD, and we've been working on a proof of concept to increase our routing efficiency. We have several teams of inspectors that go out daily to do zoning inspections, electrical inspections, building inspections, plumbing inspections, things like that. And so we're trying to come up with a way of leveraging a lot of the tools we have within GIS to make that whole process more efficient. Ultimately, we want to save the city money. So that's our main goal here. So I'm going to walk through kind of a high-level overview of what this project is, kind of what it entailed for that first proof of concept, and where we're trying to go from here. So just kind of a summary of our current state of inspections. So customers, usually, your contractor would go onto our online portal and schedule an inspection. and that would be for the next day. Those inspections come in through our Acela application, which is our permitting kind of management system. That does talk to our GIS in terms of districts. So when you schedule, it'll find your inspection district for that respective type and should automatically assign it to that inspector. Now, one thing to point out with districts is that this doesn't really reflect that daily workflow. So we might get all our inspections in one district and leaves, I mean, that's not likely, but it leaves the workload very unbalanced throughout the city on any given day, depending on where major projects are or where there's a lot of development. In the morning, the chiefs will review those inspections, and if they need to, they can kind of manually rebalance or reassign inspections. So if someone calls in sick and we need to quickly reschedule those, we can do that. The inspectors then kind of take their list of inspections for that day. They'll assign an ETA that they'll enter in back into Acela, so the public can review that information on our website to get an idea of the window of time they'll be arriving, and then our inspectors go out into the field. So most of these are kind of, I guess, up to the discretion of inspectors of where they want to go throughout the day and how they get there. And that's our current state of inspections at the city. So our proposal is we want to look at what GIS tools do we have to kind of dynamically use the data to optimize our inspection routes. Our overall goals, we want to improve the efficiency of our inspectors. We want to save our chiefs time in the morning of having to do reassignments or rebalancing. We want to save on vehicle costs or mileage reimbursements. We want to reduce that wasted time in the car, which, takes more time and money to get from location to location if not done correctly. Overall, this would enhance our service delivery, and our goal here too is to look at what tools do we have kind of in-house that we're not fully using. So we're not looking to go out and buy a new tool off the shelf and spend more money. We're trying to really leverage our existing suite of tools to make this happen. The good news is Esri actually kind of has a out-of-the-box tool to help address this problem. Within Network Analyst, they have, I guess, one of the geoprocessing tools of Network Analyst is the vehicle routing problem. It's kind of a clunky name, but there's lots of documentation and videos online you can look up to see how this tool works. But the basic idea is you take a set of points and put that on your network, and the tool will optimize all those, the whole universe of points, and come up with the best routes to service those points. And you can, control the number of vehicles, or in our case, inspectors that would be driving in a day, the window of time they can drive, and that will help. All these variables help, kind of drive what makes these different outputs of routes. So, in our case, we have a suite of inspections for a day, and that would be, let's take our electrical permits. So we can take all of those, plug them into this tool. That sits on top of our road network, and we can get the most efficient routes for the day of all our inspections. So for a proof of concept, that's basically what we did. We were able to take all our points, extract them from Acela, put them into the tool. One caveat we did also require is that we wanted all of the routes to actually start at the web building and emanate out from there, because all our inspectors are here at the building before going out into the field. And that produced some results. And again, all of this was within existing tools. One question we kind of are, playing with is at this phase is, what is the ultimate product we're seeking? Are we looking for, just a printout of optimized route sheet that we can hand off to the inspectors, or do we need a public-facing application that's fully includes estimated arrival times, or anything kind of, I guess, in between those two spectrums? So just a high level of the proof of concept and kind of like, this is the demo of what we did. And it's broken out into a few different parts. So the first is we need to extract that data from Acela. We'll geocode it and we'll get that into a GIS layer. So we actually do this with several other layers in our GIS database that are pulling from Acela. Most of our permit data is the prime example of that. So this is kind of like, we don't really need to prove we can do it. We already have this data in operation. So that's kind of like chunk number one or phase one that needs to be accomplished. Now, I do have a note on here that, you know, we do need to kind of look at, we have some addressing issues, or oftentimes we'll have multiple inspections at one site, but those are kind of some business cases we just need to work through and clean up to really make this, I guess, flow correctly. The second kind of phase is going back the other direction here. So we could take those data points and load them into our vehicle routing problem tool. We run that tool and we get our results. So we have that all automated in Python as well as a proof of concept. And then again, it's like, what's our final product here? But we have different examples of what we could create from basic, you know, CSV spreadsheet route sheets we could hand off to, you know, loading the data, again, automated out into ArcGIS Online and having that refresh a web app daily of what those inspection routes would look like. So just, you know, to actually give you a visual of that, here's the output in the upper map of all the routes that were created from that tool. So we took all the points in one day for one inspection group and had them optimized against our road network. And that was kind of the results that you can see. And you can see, so we no longer are like defined by districts. Some of these routes are crisscrossing each other to be the most efficient way to get there. And then on the lower map, I have a mock-up of a potential, you know, public-facing dashboard that could illustrate, you know, a generic inspection route assigned to one inspector for a day that shows the order, the optimized order of stops they need to take and how long that's going to take them and their total mileage. And you can see that whole route from start to finish. So some high level indicators of success so far. So we took, you know, a case study, you know, we took a team, electrical engineers, and we looked at their actual mileage reports and miles that they drove in a day. So for one day, we had 231 miles real world on the road driven. And then the same inspection points we ran through the tool, and the optimized route was 145 miles for that day. So that was a reduction of 86 road miles for that day. If we, you know, play around with the mileage we pay out, the federal mileage rate, and the generic kind of hourly wage for our inspectors, that was $175 in a single day of savings. And overall, it's about 37% savings that we got on this day. So just kind of extrapolating that out, we can look at a bigger picture. So, you know, for that team in a year, that's, you know, $44,000 we could save. We have many teams here at CPD. So we're looking at, you know, $200,000 in a year potentially of savings if we kind of, you know, could leverage these tools. And then we also know that Dottie, Parks and Rec, Excise and License, they all have their own inspection teams. And, you know, that's just, you know, more and more savings with each different agency we could potentially apply this concept to. So what are our next steps? We're not fully there with automating the process to do the complete inspection routing. And when we shared this with our chiefs, they had some concern about, I guess, the idea of eliminating districts completely, because the districts do help them have some continuity from day to day. So if you had an inspection and the inspector goes out there and it fails, you have to, you know, fix that problem and reschedule it the next day or a couple days down the road. And you don't want a brand new inspector to come in and have to relearn what potentially that issue was that failed it, because the first inspector could just come in, they already are familiar with what the situation is. They can look at it and in a matter of minutes just approve your inspection and go on with their day. So we didn't want to actually introduce you know, a time waste by having new inspectors have to relearn everything. So kind of I guess the first phase, we're we're looking at now is, well, can we optimize our actual districts before we look into optimizing the routes within those districts? So currently, we are using the geoprocessing tool called Build Balance Zones and analyzing basically a year's worth of inspection data to try to balance and reconfigure our districts to what we think might be the best way to have them. Normally, or in the past, we haven't really had a data-driven way of creating these districts. They just kind of, make sense on the map to draw them into chunks. But here we're actually looking at using census tract data, and we're aggregating all the inspections for a year into a census tract. And we're also giving all those inspections a travel distance value. So inspections that are farther away from the web building, you could think of as almost being more costly, the way they're inputted into this tool. So we're really looking at, by census tract, how do we optimize districts based off of the work capacity and the distance they are, or the travel time it takes to get there. And currently we have this as a pilot project with our zoning and neighborhood inspection teams who already have this, they're already using this in the field, our new optimized districts, and then we hope to roll this out to other teams. At the same time, we have kind of another pilot launch of trying to leverage some inspector routing tools that are already built into the Acela application. So we don't have to, again, buy a new product or even try to build a whole new process. We're trying to look if we can leverage those existing tools, as the city's already paying for this application. So we want to try to, leverage that. And it's also a huge risk when we're analyzing that data and extracting it out of Acela and then trying to get that information back into Acela. So if we're able to successfully do this proof of concept, we'll be able to work completely within the Acela ecosystem and basically be able to do the same thing and have, I think, similar cost savings and time savings as a result. So if there's any questions, I can answer those.
Do we have any questions for Grant?
Nope. All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Grant. Okay, our next presentation is titled Mapping Food Access Inequities with GIS by Paola Babb, Neighborhood Food Program Supervisor, and Jessica Brennan, Public Health Analyst, Department of Public Health and Environment.
Hello, thank you for having us. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. All right. So in order to talk about a lot of the GIS work we've been doing, we created a whole story map to really showcase the work that we had been doing. We figured that it would be perfect for us to share our story map as we're talking about how we've been able to use GIS. So Jessica and myself both work for a grant program called Food in Communities. And Food in Communities is a regional collaborative between Jefferson County Public Health and a nonprofit organization working in Aurora called Food Justice Northwest Aurora. And together we're taking a regional approach to address food systems work, just really recognizing that food insecurity doesn't stop at county lines. So we're really taking a regional approach to seeing, like, how do we address food insecurity at a local level, but also learn from each other regionally. And so part of our work last year was really looking at, well, what is the current state of food systems? And because of it, we partnered with Roxanne, who is DDPHE's GIS person, and we partnered with her to take a lead on a lot of our mapping work. And also at the time, since we collaborate a lot with Jefferson County Public Health, we also collaborated with their GIS team to lead a lot of like our social economic index layer creation. So we can really look at comparing like what is, food access look like, but what does that look like overlaid with demographics? And a lot of that work with mapping and the outcomes of what Roxanne and Luke created for us really led us to being able to identify very explicit priorities around food systems work that we then shared with our partners, and they voted on us to focus on healthy food retail, which we'll talk about a little bit later in the presentation, and agriculture, which we will also be talking about. But before that, I'm going to pass it to Jessica to talk about just food systems and current state of food insecurity.
Thanks, Paula. We wanted to, before and as we dive into looking at the actual maps and the GIS tools, we want to set the stage for why this work is really important in Denver and how we're using these tools practically and applying the lessons learned from the GIS analysis with the work that we do. Due to research that our department conducted last year, we know that about 15% or 1 in 7 Denverites are experiencing food insecurity, which is limited or uncertain access to adequate levels of food. And since we've been able to do our own research and rely on federal research that was previously conducted, we know that this number of food insecurity has risen since 2018. And with the current inflation of food costs and the federal government shutdown, which has affected the food assistance benefits that many food insecure individuals rely on to afford food, that funding has been clawed back since the government shutdown. Due to these current trends, we know that food insecurity is only rising, and our maps, our Denver food systems maps, can help us understand this problem and how we can address it in the moment right now. So our department is responding to the emergency food needs that have come up due to the SNAP clawback, the federal assistance money clawback. And we've been using our Denver food systems maps to see where across the city SNAP program recipients are located and putting that behind understanding where the food assistance points are located across the city. And this has really been helping us work last week and this week to coordinate and invest our time and resources in communicating with key food pantry and food distribution partners in these specific neighborhoods with high SNAP need and where food partners already exist for emergency food access. So because of our food insecurity surveys, we know that food insecurity is really important and a big need. And that's just a small example of how our maps are helping us currently address food insecurity and work towards our goals of promoting food systems resilience. And I think long-term, as Paula mentioned, we're hoping that these maps can help us understand landscapes and patterns in healthy food retail and also in urban agriculture to create more resilient systems for the future that won't be so susceptible to funding clawbacks or supply chain issues that we saw during COVID. So with that, we'll jump into the maps themselves.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, these maps really helped us identify just what food access looks like. And when we took it to community and shared it with them, they really voted on us to really focus on access to healthy food retail. And so in a lot of the plans across the city, so we're looking at like the Blueprint Denver, the comprehensive plan for Denver, a lot of the neighborhood plans the CPD publishes. In a lot of them, healthy food retail is one of the priorities that really shows up as a policy recommendation to really bring retail to underserved communities. And so in that, we were able to use these maps to really show our communities, what does that look like? So right here, we have a map that we were able to pull and show to our community partners of where do our large supermarkets, where are they across Denver? And we also overlaid that across with like a socioeconomic index that was created by our partners in Jefferson County Public Health, their GIS team, to really look at, we tend to have more grocery stores in our wealthier neighborhoods. And we don't have a lot of grocery stores in our lower income neighborhoods or lower socioeconomic index. So we were really able to showcase this information to our community partners and really talk about why is that, and really talk about like historical redlining and really the realities of bringing grocery stores. And we were also able to overlay that with other layers, kind of like we have a layer for like that showcases people of color and compares it also to where are grocery stores. And we were able to recognize a lot of patterns that a lot of our neighborhoods that have higher concentrations of people of color lack grocery store access. So it really just, we were able to dive deeper in conversations of who has access and who doesn't. And then in this, we were also able to overlay kind of like, what does that look like in terms of food pantries? So in this map, you can see where are the grocery stores and where do we have a higher concentrations of food pantries? And we tend to see a pattern that we have a lot more food pantries in the areas with low socioeconomic index, where we also don't have a lot of grocery stores. And we do see that pattern that our pantries are really popping up in areas where we lack grocery store access. So then what does this mean is that we're having a lot of conversations with our partners. If we can't bring in retail sites to these neighborhoods, what is an option? Knowing that there's already a lot of food pantries. However, we know that that work is also not sustainable. So how do we better support access in these areas that lack grocery store access? But we know that a lot of people are doing really great work. And so we've really been able to leverage using GIS as a tool to really look at what does this look like right now and where are there areas of opportunity where we can be doing more? So that's kind of like how we've been using it for healthy food retail. And I'll pass it to Jessica to kind of talk about how we're using our maps for our agriculture work.
Yeah, we go down to look at the Denver food systems maps we created of food growing spaces in Denver. Hoping this loads. We can see that across Denver, we have a lot of food growing spaces that already exist. And right now, those look like farms, different kinds of gardens, community gardens, private gardens, and organizational gardens, and school gardens. And also food forests have also been popping up across the city as a new form of food producing space. So here we can see the distribution and types across the city, and there's a lot that already exists. There's a strong ecosystem of food production across Denver, which is great. We also, one other thing that I'll point out about the food producing maps in our tool, we're looking at zoning, Denver's current zoning code, as a possible pathway for improving people's ability to engage in the types of agricultural activities they want to engage in across Denver. So here we can see a map of our food producing spaces on top of how the zoning allows or prohibits different kinds of agricultural activities. So if we go into our layers, and scroll down to the right legend, we see here that most of the city is in the blue zoning category for food growing as a primary use. And this means that in most places across the city, if you want to use your property to grow food as a primary use of the parcel, you're allowed to do that if you get a permit or you get permission from the owning public agency for the airport and Parks and Rec. Thanks. If we're looking at food growing as an accessory use, so that means like if you have a side garden on the side of your house or on the side of your school, we can see that according to Denver's zoning, that is allowed in most places. Where it is yellow, it's allowed without, you don't even need to get a permit, but there are certain conditions that you have to stay within for that to be allowable. So we're looking at it, exploring the zoning code and making it more accessible and understandable for people who want to do food growing in Denver. And then beyond our current food producing spaces, we're also looking to the future of food production across Denver. And Luke from the Jefferson County Public Health GIS team is going to talk next on how we're doing that and trying to assess spaces that could be used for agriculture in the future.
Yeah, so in summary, we've really been able to leverage using GIS as a tool for us to learn more about this work and how we could be improving food systems work, but also we've been able to use it as a tool to have these conversations with our community partners to visually showcase, well, where do we have the areas that we have more food insecurity, but we don't have a lot of access to food. So we can then better look at what is the solution if there isn't a grocery store, like, and if we hear a lot that people want to grow their own food. So we've been able to map, well, can we grow food and where and what does that look like? And so we've really been able to use this as a tool for, again, mapping out the current state, but also really looking at the future. How do we advocate to do this work better? And where is those areas of opportunity? And I'll definitely drop this in the chat, our map. And if you guys just want to meet with us, feel free to reach out to Jessica or myself. And yeah, we're happy to talk a lot longer about food systems. We're both very passionate. But yeah, that's a little bit about who we are and what we're doing and how we're using GIS.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a very nice presentation. There's a couple of questions here, and I believe they're actually being answered. One is, what is the source of the socioeconomic index used in the maps? And sounds like Luke answered that.
Thanks, Luke.
And
yeah,
then,
and also
oh, go ahead.
Something that we didn't mention is that when it came to sourcing the data of food pantries, retail, the farms, we essentially gathered data from multiple spaces and created a master list that consolidated multiple sources. And we're now going to be updating this on a yearly basis to make sure we have the most accurate data in these maps.
Excellent. Michael asks, what qualifies as a farm in this city?
That's a great question. We're working right now on seeing if we can come up with a definition that distinguishes between a farm and a garden. But right now, the farm points that we have included in the map represent businesses. So nonprofits and for-profits that are selling their food or distributing food to community partners. So they're growing for beyond their own personal use. And that distinguishes from a community garden in the map is a traditional community garden that has plots and there's one owner that gets to grow and benefit from each plot. And then organizational gardens are gardens that just grow food for a specific use. So examples would be a school garden, or for Spirit of the Sun, they have a few gardens that they grow to feed back into their own programs. And they aren't connecting with other partners to distribute that food, and they're not selling the food. So that would be a farm designation, whereas if it's just an internal organizational garden, school garden, that's one thing, or a traditional community garden. But these definitions are all really blurry, and it's a great point that we don't have clear written definitions in our Denver zoning code or municipal code, and that we're trying to navigate different definitions that partners hold for themselves in coming up with that distinguish.
Yeah, and again, huge shout out to Roxanne and Luke for all the help that they've been able to provide.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That was a very informative and interesting presentation. We'd now like to go to Luke Martin, GIS Specialist for the Department of Public Health and Environment in Jefferson County, and his talk.
Yes, hello everybody. Let me share my screen. So, as was just alluded to, I've been helping with the FIC team to do food access work for previous while now. And one thing that Denver and Jeffco are particularly interested in is locating land with possible use as an urban farm or a garden. And the methodology, the initial methodology of identifying those areas, which we've called marginally used land. That's what I'm going to talk about, like the process and the tool set. So it's a little tech heavy conversation, but hopefully y'all find it interesting. So at its most basic level, marginally used land can be thought of as land without a specific purpose, without too many unshaded areas that could be, possibly converted to a farm or a garden. And this includes public and private land, but you want to avoid things like sports fields, manicured lawns, rocky areas, this kind of thing. So to do that, we're going to use the object detection tool, which, as the name implies, is suited for identifying objects out of an image with specific characteristics. And it's superior to pixel classification or an existing land cover type layer because those don't distinguish viable marginal land pixels from other pixels with the same RGB values, for example. And we want to find a specific subset of land or we want to find a specific subset of land that doesn't include every pixel of the same value type. So there are some drawbacks to object detection. One being it has quite a high hardware requirement. I would not run this without a dedicated GPU, for example. And the tools take a while to run. And there's also quite a big learning curve, or at least there was for me. And I'm by no means an expert on this topic. I like to say you could write your college thesis on this, your PhD, on this subject, on this topic, and still just be scratching the surface. But that said, what is object detection? At a basic level, it is a machine learning tool set in the image analyst toolbox that uses trained detection models to identify desired features or objects in an area of interest in raster data. So that can take the form of like large aerials or mosaics, sort of like on the right, or like digital photos like on the left. So the toolkit or the toolbox in Image Analyst has all the things you'll need to create and classify your training data, train the model, and then run the model against your area of interest. So you want to start by creating and classifying features of the objects you want to identify. I utilize the expertise of the FIC team to identify areas of marginal land in imagery for training. And then from there, I manually created around 400 features for that purpose. Depending on your situation, there's actually a machine learning tool that would create these for you. But I did not use that. So once you've created your training data, you're going to export it out for use in training your model. And this is what that menu looks like. Ideally, you want your object tile size, which is sort of the size of the image, the size of your object. You want that to be slightly larger than your objects. This helps the model identify characteristics inside of and around the objects that you're interested in. But increasing tile size will impact computer performance, and you might have to make trade-offs there. I did, at least. So once you've exported out your training data, you want to train the model, and this is what that menu looks like. So during training, the model is going to go through your training data you give it and then attempt to correctly identify it while also not identifying things that are not the objects in question. So you want to load up your training data and then make important decisions about model type, epochs, batch size, validation percent, and the backbone model. Definitions over here. The model arguments, this part, that'll change depending on the model you select. And they're a rather complicated rabbit hole that really help you fine tune and tweak things, but I did not use them very extensively. And each of these parameters will impact the speed and quality of your results. And if you set things too high, you can maximize your computer resources and like crash it or crash Arc. So it kind of turns into a balancing game on figuring out how high you can set things and what you can set high and what you can set low, and time and stuff like this, or time requirements. So once you've run through and trained the model, you'll get a variety of information on how well it performed. The three most important pieces of that being training loss, validation loss, and average precision. Training loss tells you relatively how well the model predicted the training data, where its location that it's using to learn, and then validation loss tells you relatively how well the model predicted location of data that was reserved for validating the model, and so it's never seen it during the training process. And you want both of these numbers to go down as your epochs increase. That means the model's learning from itself and improving. Average precision is the overall score of how well the model did at predicting and or at detecting and not detecting the correct things, and you want this to go up. But what indicates, like what numbers here indicate a acceptable answer or acceptable numbers is entirely up to you. And as you're going through all of this, make sure you watch out for overfitting and underfitting of the data. Tweak your model settings as you run through it until you get something satisfactory. So in this example, you can see that I've generally avoided loss problems. See my precision level off. I tweaked it around some, but couldn't get it much better, so I wound up using this model for the final outputs. So I'll switch to some examples here. So this is an example of some raw output from the tool. This is for Jeffco, not Denver, but so this is Ralston High School, and you can see it's doing a pretty good job of avoiding heavily treed areas and not identifying the like sports fields. It did have some errors, like it did, pull this section here, but overall not too bad. And you can see the consequences of the tile size I had to use in some of these areas where you see a bunch of overlap features here, like here, most of these areas actually. And that's just a consequence of that tile size, that detected area, the full like width and height of it is larger than my tile size I used. So you end up with all these overlapping features, and this one was able to get it all in one go. But so that the consequence of that is that you end up with many features, more features than you need, because you have to overlap a bunch of them to create a full actual space. And in Jeffco's case, I wound up with over 2 million identified, or 2 million features. So, or too many, or marginal land features. So that's too many. So we wanna try to go through and resolve that. And we can do that with some geoprocessing tools. So switching to a different area, this is my test area. This is Stanley Lake Park. Same raw output image. For my case, much of the additional criteria that we need to rate the viability of the identified marginal land comes from parcel information. So I spatially joined it to the marginal land outputs, and then I dissolved on parcel ID. So you have nice contiguous shapes that are assigned to each parcel. Then you can calculate acres or whatever area you want to use. And then you can do symbology off of the total acres of marginal land by parcel and get something like this. So from here, we need to, so this is, as you can see, this is just, my test area, making sure I have my process down. So we want to finish this analysis and incorporate some additional information to finalize this suitability ranking for the marginal land. And we're going to do that by allowing classification or allowing, symbolizing off of parcels with marginal land that also are publicly or privately owned, have parks or open space on them, have a government facility on them, a school or a place of worship. I think perhaps Denver might be slightly different, but and then from there we'll move to the second phase of this, which will further refine and further better classify the marginal land for its suitability for investigating, and we'll use things based on zoning, soil type, slope, and water access. And then that should better equip the FIC team to pinpoint their efforts on food access for their next steps. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Awesome. Do you have any questions for Luke? There's one in the chat, which is, are you using NV to classify the pixels?
No. So in this case, it's object detection. So I'm not actually classifying the pixels themselves. Maybe that was poorly explained. I was trying to differentiate between like normal pixel classification compared to what this tool is doing, which is actually finding objects in the imagery. So hopefully that clarifies that.
Great. Any other questions for Luke? Okay, thanks, Luke.
Cool.
Okay, our next presentation is titled Digital Transformation of Denver's Storm Drainage Master Plan by Jun Meng, Engineer Architect Specialist at Dottie, and Josie Sabel, GIS Analyst at Stantec.
Cool. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello, everyone. My name is Jun Meng with City County Denver, Dottie Citywide Infrastructure. On the planning team for storm and sanitary infrastructure around the city. Joining with me is Josie from Stantec Consulting, who was pivotal in realizing Denver's digital transformation of storm drainage master plan. So with this presentation, I think the agenda will include mainly 4 things. First is an overview of the storm drainage master plan, the history, and how we decided to go all digital route. Josie is going to talk about the hydrologic and hydraulic modeling data viewer tool she created during the modeling process as part of the drainage study. And then she's going to talk about the ArcGIS hub site created for the drainage master plan. That includes welcome session, system overview, the planning process, resources, and FAQ. And lastly, Josie is going to talk about the interactive map created for the storm drainage master plan that highlights the existing condition in terms of urban flood risk, all of the identified drainage improvement needs across the city, and also a digital data hub where you can download many of the technical memorandum created from many years of planning studies. So I want to kind of head into this presentation to talk about urban flood risk. So when you talk about flooding, probably river ring flooding comes to your mind first. However, that is only just part of the story. In this case, flooding can also happen in area away from drainage ways, in urban spaces where stormwater can pool during an intensive storm due to the lack of stormwater conveyance infrastructure, such as storm inlets and storm sewers below the ground. At City County Denver, we define these areas with urban flood risk. So as recently seen, there's a report came out of the Wall Street Journal. It's called, "It's Getting Harder to Figure Out Whether You Live in a Flood Zone or Not." It is recognizing that the FEMA flood maps overlook millions of at-risk home across the country, where flood risk in urban spaces from heavy rainfall cause more damage than from the waterways. Here in Denver, the similar challenge is here as well. In the city, more than 30% of the storm drain system is undersized for the 1% annual chance of rain. So be able to map out the urban flood risk area throughout the city through advanced hydrologic modeling is super important in terms of public safety and information, and to help the city be able to prioritize projects to mitigate these type of risk. So the overarching goal of the Storm Drainage Master Plan is to evaluate Denver's existing urban flood risk and to identify future capital improvement projects to reduce flood damage and increase safety. It is a master plan primarily used by city agencies, engineers, developer communities, residents, and city council offices. It is a public available resource, and it is actually required by the municipal code to be updated every 5 years. So here are a few cover pages of the historical SDMP in the past. The first one was created in 1989 and sort of have this 5-year cadence over time. It is a pretty technical document, more than 30 pages in the 2019 version. So we recognize how important data is, especially the flood risk. So we had a pretty unified vision to completely transform this master plan into a digital format. On this 2025 update, we have 3 major goals. The first is to stay technically up to date. That means conducting more than 20 square miles of new modeling across the city to identify the urban flood risk and also to validate or create new project at the planning level. The second goal is to identify the flood risk, develop needs, and then the last goal, which is the highlight of this effort, really is to enhance usability for everyone by having this all digital platform to be able to host and be able to make sense of the information from the master plan. So I'm gonna now hand it over to Josie to talk about some of the cool GIS tools created as part of the master planning effort. Josie?
Thanks, June. I'm Josie, and I'm a GIS analyst at Stantec Consulting, like June mentioned, from our water division based here in Denver. And I'm very excited to keep sharing the technologies used for this project with you all. Since it is GIS Day, I wanted to sort of highlight some of the technologies used to evaluate the data along the way. While the flood data and infrastructure is on our public SDMP website, we created this sort of interim staging location that we called the Model Data Viewer, which was internal only and used to review modeling outputs. So it was built using ArcGIS Experience Builder. And I just wanted to highlight a few of the tools here. So we utilized the Sections and Views widget within Experience Builder to create tabs in this interactive map in order to isolate and analyze different facets of the flood depth data as it was being created and updated, and so that the team could make meaningful decisions about the different modeling parameters. The flood depth data, as you see here, is output from InfoWorks ICM with an angle and a velocity at every cell. And while we mainly visualize the flood depth with those colors, the kind of sort of orange, tan, and blue, we added an extra layer in our internal only viewer using custom symbology and a formula in ArcGIS Pro in order to create this flow arrow visualization, which was sort of an added parameter for the team to review and see over large areas in the city. And then lastly, we use the swipe widget in this internal viewer as well. So in this example, we've got a proposed drainage improvement project with baseline flooding on the left and proposed depth on the right. And this was used to compare the impact that an improvement would have to the surrounding area. So we'll have a QR code at the end and paste the link to the public website. But I did also, since it is GIS Day again, want to go over the technologies used here. Our welcome page links out to various pages of the SDMP as sort of an intro of what you're looking at in the new all digital format, with some featured drainage improvement projects around the city. The system overview and the SDMP process tabs were made with ArcGIS Story Maps, Adobe Illustrator, and ArcGIS Pro, featuring educational graphics about Denver's stormwater system. So they're sort of geared towards the general public to learn about the entire drainage system. And the process includes, the methodology behind the making of the SDMP, the parameters used for modeling, changelog, and things like that. The resources page on the website, utilizes an AGO group for hosted content where we have modeling PDFs uploaded as AGO items. And so the ArcGIS hub site allows for you to search for the documents, filter the documents, and link out to look at everything behind those studies that are behind the data you see in the SDMP map. And then lastly, the FAQ is built with some custom HTML and CSS and Calcite. So as you can see, there's kind of a whole suite of Esri tools went into this ArcGIS hub site that kind of made for a whole comprehensive product with the goal of having all this information at your fingertips and linked to different sections rather than having to flip through the whole report, either printed or as a PDF. So yeah, in general, the hub site is sort of your one-stop shop for your drainage concerns, to learn and interact about the system with graphics about the system, use the interactive map to search your address, search your drainage basin, assess your flood risk. It's meant for use by engineers, the public, pretty much anyone in the city who is interested in this information. It's all compliant in its design, and it's built to enable continuous improvement and frequent updates so that we can, sort of keep using this framework moving forward when we do have updates. So the heart of the project really is this interactive map tab, where you can search your address like you can see in the screen recording here. There are three map tabs here: existing conditions and infrastructure, the drainage improvement needs and projects that are proposed around the city, and the map tab basin study documents, where you can search for those modeling documentation and the different the coverage of each of the study areas. And so all of them have this sort of search function where you can filter and zoom, and again, with the idea of having all of this accessible, all the information at your fingertips to sort of explore throughout the map tabs, rather than having to flip through and find the one page in the PDF for the drainage basin you're interested in, and sort of flipping through all of that information. So our goal was to make things accessible, easy to find. All of these map extents are linked, so if you're flipping from map to map and analyzing different infrastructure layers and toggling things, you can pick up right where you left off.
Great, thanks, Josie. Yeah, so I think we got a great product out of it, and it truly is a demonstration of what ArcGIS Online can do to have a digital transformation of your master planning effort. So just take away three things in terms of GIS innovation. We have an engageable platform, it is transparent, and we have a framework going forward. In terms of the being engageable, it is designed as an interactive web-based platform that invites exploration by both technical user and the public. It provides intuitive navigation through drainage basin, project, and system data layers. And it really enables stakeholders to visualize urban flood risk challenges and potential solutions in their own neighborhoods. In terms of transparency, it is clearly documents all the data source, modeling assumptions, and the project displays the latest model results in terms of urban flood risk, the project benefit description, cost information from within the map interface. It builds public trust through open access to drainage infrastructure, risk, and project information. And with this new framework, it really provides a foundation tool for ongoing update as new data, land use changes, or climate information become available. And is really establish a repeatable and citywide methodology for future storm drainage evaluations. So we're really proud of this effort, and we were really honored to receive the 2025 Engineering Excellence Award from a recent Colorado Association of Stormwater and Floodplain Management Conference. It is a pretty great achievement the team has got. And many thanks to the various city agencies that participated in this effort, especially the support we got from Spencer Percival during this effort to make this platform possible. So really highly encourage everyone visit the public storm drainage website, and you can scan this QR code or go to denver.org/stormwater. Happy to hear if you have any feedback or questions, and please feel free to reach out to me or Josie. Thank you.
Wow, congratulations. Does anybody have any questions for June or Josie? Yeah, I don't see any. Our next presentation is titled Modernizing Water Quality Inspections with Field Maps by Caitlin Cattell, Senior GIS Analyst, Department of Transportation and Infrastructure. Oh, wait, well, we do have one question. Do you have any updates planned, June?
Yes, we have, because this is a new framework, we're going to be able to update the master plan on the go. In terms of frequency, it used to be 5-year. Now we can do it as needed, which is really great. We're going to be studying 2 new watersheds in the next year, and one of them covers Burnham Yard, which is pretty exciting. Stay tuned.
And another question, how can you learn more about specific workflows on flood modeling used here?
You can learn more about it by take a look at the SDMP process tab, where all the hydrologic and hydraulic modeling assumptions and methodology employed by the planning team are all summarized there. In addition, you can go to the basin study map and be able to download the technical memorandum written for each study area. Hope that helps.
Okay, thanks. Caitlin?
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, tell me if I'm sharing this right. Can you see my first slide? No? Great. Let me just share my screen.
Yep. Let's see it.
All right. Hi, my name's Caitlin Cattell. I am here in Dottie at the wastewater division, and home today, and I'm sick. That's why my camera's not on. You don't need to say that. All right. So basically, I've been developing this app, and it's still in the process of being developed, and I want to focus a lot on that because hopefully somebody will learn from my missteps and all the challenges along the way. But in short, I'm going to tell you a little bit about why I'm developing this app. We have a team of 6 inspectors who go out into the field, and they make sure that our PMPs, or best management practices, that's all our stormwater mitigation efforts, are up to code, up to par, so that we can have this MS4 permit. The MS4 permit stands for Municipal Separate Stormwater Systems, and these are administered to municipalities based on population size. And we have to comply with this based on our Clean Water Act. So Its goal is to prevent pollution. If some site is under construction, we want to make sure there's no illicit discharge. We want to stop illegal contaminations or pollutants in their tracks. Post-construction management, that's what I'm kind of focusing on here. That's to ensure that our new and redeveloped areas have appropriate stormwater controls. And lastly, there is a public education element in order to comply with this. So our system before was mostly based in access, which is very prone to breaking down, and it's just an unreliable means of communication. Our inspectors had to utilize pen and paper when they're in the field, and then they have to go back into the office and record everything they just did. So we're trying to save time. Now, this after slide, I don't know if you can see, these are screenshots of this app I made. And basically, our inspectors can go down. There are some auto-populated fields. You can see I used some arcade scripts to fill in my name and the date. They make their selections based on what they're inspecting, and it goes by way quicker. Now, as I mentioned before, I wanted to spend some of this presentation talking about challenges and sticking points, because I've noticed the whole time I've been in GIS, Esri's examples are great, but they all make it sound really straightforward and easy. And you all know it goes anything but that way when you're actually trying to implement something. So some challenge I had along the way are I didn't want to jeopardize the integrity of our existing data, so I made a separate data set, and that involves appending information like new stormwater control measures to that table. That can prove to be a bit challenging because I found that unfortunately any changes I made to our data set would not carry over into the AGOL environment without me starting over with the form, which is a bit of a big daunting task because there are over 100 fields and many questions on that form. It's highly customized. So I ended up starting over about 3 times. But it's functioning now, which is good. We contacted Esri. We had a bit of help from them, which was nice. If I had to do this all over again, I would have spent more time in the planning phase with my stakeholders asking exactly what they needed. This thing kind of started out with like one meeting, and I said, sure, I can do that. And then other issues cropped up as we went along, other needs were became evident. So if I had to start over, I would have done the contacts as a related table. Another sticking point was arcade. I don't really care to learn arcade. It's definitely not my specialty. And it's a bit of a learning curve to me, and it didn't come naturally. I hope to figure out more about the imagery and the pictures that the inspectors taken into the field. And again, just reiterating the planning phase. I wish I had done that a little bit more. I actually looked into the city of Carlsbad. They developed a similar application, and it took them a lot longer with many stakeholders, and their process was completely different. So really taking on a lot here, but I do have some hints if you're implementing something like this. The first thing is teamwork. I utilize help from people who are way smarter than me. Shout out to these people. We had a huge data cleanup session that lasted months that just finished up. We had a second GIS analyst here in wastewater to help with that. And Jack Klein also I work closely with to identify what needs to be inspected and what doesn't. Katie helped me with the data design, thank God, because I don't have a background in database management, so I learned a lot from her. Spencer helped a lot with how these systems integrate and talk to one another, which is another weakness of mine, but I have a much greater understanding now. And this is kind of cool. I had to develop an arcade script because the inspectors, once they clicked on a polygon in the field and let's say the inspection was successful, there were no issues, they wanted that polygon to drop off the map. And if there was an issue, they wanted it to turn orange, and other things based on time and results, which I'll show you in a second for the dashboard. Another really helpful thing was Esri created related records. It's kind of a fairly new thing for them. It didn't work for me just to create a point in the field and have it done. I needed to like analyze these results over time. There were many points over the years, or rather there are going to be many points over the years for each of these polygons, each of these inspections. So I needed a related records table instead of just 1 point for each record. And then lastly, Spencer showed me this really cool thing that I want to show you now too, if you haven't used it already. It's an Esri chatbot. And it does not answer every question, but let's say earlier I said I don't have much experience in arcade. So I'm going to ask this to, okay, I'm going to ask this to write an arcade script for a pop-up that displays only the fields that are populated. That's something I'm interested in doing with my app. So this Esri chatbot is working on it, and not only does it spit out an arcade script for me, but it tells me what it's doing. And it tells me about each line, which is really cool. Rarely is it A+ correct, right, every single time. It takes a little bit of finessing, but this definitely helps me so much, and I hope it helps you too. So again, it's an Esri support AI chatbot. So in short, the goal was to reduce inspection time, the paper, reducing errors with access. Now it's all clean data in GIS. We discovered a few more polygons or BMP that were not previously inventoried, and something like this, I was reading it costs $100,000 to $350,000 to outsource something like this. What's next for me? I have a lot of goals for this. I'm going to continue learning. It's in its testing stages right now. I want to clean up the pop-ups a little bit. As we move on to enterprise, I want to move this into portal. And when somebody does violate, like one of the tests, one of the inspections, I want an automated system to write letters based on their address, based on the site ID. And then, yeah, maybe like Grant's presentation earlier, maybe I can implement a workforce thing for our inspectors and help other inspection tools eventually. And then real quick, I'll just show you this dashboard. You can see these are transparent in the upper left-hand corner, these polygons, because that was a request of our field staff. When I click on this, this is green to indicate that it has not been inspected yet. So we have some information here that means something to our inspectors. As you can see, there were no records found, but over here, let's, oh, I configured the screen tip too. This is kind of cool, using Arcade to make another site ID pop up. But let's see, Martin did this one on the 27th, and this resulted in a written compliance advisory. That's why it's orange. So we can click on this. We can see Martin's inspection history and how it fared. And looks like the trash rack was clogged. So our next step is to notify the people, the site owners and the site maintenance that it's clogged, and they have 6 months to fix that or whatever the time is. And then they inspect these again every year. I'm going to wipe the slate clean. I can also select a date range here or see how each of our inspectors is performing individually. And that's about it. Does anyone have any questions?
Awesome. Any questions for Caitlin? Okay, I don't see any.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is integrating a citywide transportation data collection into Denver's asset management system by Jim Casey, Assets Administrator for Dottie, and Jacob Weber, GIS Solutions Architect for GIS Piece. Jim?
Hey, Jim, you're muted.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Get my screen working here. Thanks for joining me. Here with Jake Weber from GIS Piece to talk a little bit about a project that's been ongoing since sometime in 2022. So I'm Jim Casey, Assets Administrator in Dottie and Transportation Operations. Short story is I admin Cartograph, which is now called OpenGov. So we got that out of the way. And this today is to tell you a little bit about this project where a lot of data was collected regarding a lot of assets that you see on screen here. All signs, markings, bollards, protective barriers, all kinds of things across the city. And we had to then sort out that data. I should say right away that this is in large part thanks to the street maintenance department who initiated this project, because they were going to do a pavement inventory and scan the pavement, and I jumped on top of that, and I asked if we could, while you're there, kind of go along and also collect data for all these different assets that I have listed here: signs, markings of all kinds, crosswalks, anything you can think of out on the street there. So to give you a little illustration, what we started with, we already had a lot of signs and we had a lot of them on record. Problem is we had some gaps. So this shows you both a lot of assets and a lot of big gap areas where you can see an absence of signs. So we had about 120,000 signs at that time. So we knew we had a lot of work to do, that we had a lot of signs that were not on record, for instance, markings as well, all sorts of things. So we got on that project with the street maintenance department, who in 2022 hired RAS, Roadway Asset Services, to do a drive-through on the pavement, and then they used that camera on top to collect all the other assets that I was talking about. So they did that in 2022, and fast forward to 2023, we had a whole lot of data on our hands, a lot of stuff. The pavement data got processed, the signs and markings data, that got processed, and so they were able to visually say, here is an image of it, and this is what it is. And then they added a lot of different attributes to the data that weren't there before, and improved the location of where these things really were. Some of them had an asset in the middle of the road and things like that. And then they delivered the data to us in a standalone format on a hard drive, which was really great, except I couldn't do anything with that right away because it was just on a hard drive. So next thing we had to do was sort that out and figure out what to do with all this data that had just arrived from every inch of roadway across the city. So one important part was we had to figure out the stuff that they collected and did it match what we already had on record. Another part was, well, if it didn't match, it must be new. So add that new stuff that's not a duplicate, and then figure out which of the assets we had on record don't match anything that we found, and that's its own little mystery. So one important part is that we maintained the history of the work and the cost for all the assets, because we've been keeping track of these for years now. So we do have a good work history and cost history, etc. Throughout 2024, we had to basically figure out these diagrams really illustrate the point that we had a lot of details, figure out which matched, which didn't match, which assets had to wind up where, and what we should call them, etc. I won't go through all of those, but it was a bit of a process. And through that, we got engaged with GIS Piece, and that I'm going to let Jake take over here in a moment. But we knew we had a little work to do. We had organized our thoughts quite a bit. And Jake, if it's okay, I'll let you go ahead and take over. I'll go on mute.
Yep. Thanks, Jim. So GIS Piece, we started our portion with these data crosswalk files created by Jim and the team at Dottie. And in GIS parlance, these listed the domains for each layer's attribute fields. So those were the lists of the acceptable values for each attribute. And so there were the values that Denver's existing data had, and then what RAD had used. And they're often the same or similar, but not always. So these data crosswalk files were a way to marry the two, while also taking the opportunity to confirm and update them. So then we borrowed a concept from coding class design to create what we called solution cards for each layer, where we listed important information about the data and how it related to the other data sets. And we started planning out the processing solutions for each one, plus listing the special cases we need to be aware of. And so this was a good way to keep track of the many different scenarios we discussed and what the agreed upon solution was. And plus they help with reporting and will be included in our documentation for the end of the project. So finally, I took all of those different documents and discussions and created Python script tools for use in ArcGIS Pro. So each layer had a series of tools to be run in sequence. You can see in the toolbox image at the bottom there. So the first one was try to automatically match those new RAS features to Denver's existing features. And the code we're seeing above that used Python ArcPy functions called search or update cursors, which basically loop through each feature and run the process on each one. So for some of the layers, it moved the existing data to the new location, but then it sent the attribute data from the new back to the existing feature. Then for others, we were trying to match what were originally points to new lines and then send the data the other direction. So, and I also could feed each tool a big batch of features, and it would go through each one to try to find a match. And I also took that same code and created tools where I could manually match individual ones together. So that was kind of the more manual cleanup process at the end. And that part took the longest part, but it got us really great results, I think, where we're really confident in a lot of, almost all of the data. Thanks.
And nothing's 100%, as they say, I think, right? So as Jake said, they started cranking out data left and right. We went by neighborhood, and we started, as I'm showing here, 3 pilot neighborhoods just to make sure we had our wits about us. Denver has 78 total neighborhoods, and based upon these pilot neighborhoods, we decided there was about 108% increase that we might anticipate. I'm going to just zoom in here onto these couple neighborhoods, Skyland and Clayton, and just to sort of point out that these points that are kind of gold color, those were points we already had on record, signs. And the ones in Clayton, where there's a lot of them, we had done a sign inventory in past years, recent years. And the Skyland neighborhood, we had not done a sign inventory. So we had precious little on record for that neighborhood. After this data collection and GIS piece got done with it, the blue points indicate newly found assets. So we had a lot of new assets come online immediately. And just based on this alone, and we did another neighborhood down here, we anticipated at least about 108% increase. That was just based on our sample neighborhoods. Turned out to be a pretty good estimate. There's one other illustration of this project here, which is that these point features that you see, they our assets like crosswalks and other turn arrows and things at intersections, and they're being converted into line assets, bike lanes, crosswalks, stop lines, etc. So we didn't have them before as lines. We only had them as points, but now we're going to end up with nice linear assets, linear visualization for linear assets. And that worked out really well. We had to then, so that was basically proof of concept. And then moving forward, had to make sure and figure out how to take the data that was produced by Jake and GIS Piece and get it into OpenGov, our asset management system. Wound up using a tool called FME, which is an ETL tool, some call it. We had to test the data, integrate the data, and get the data over into OpenGov. And in database parlance, extract, transform, and load is what you'll say, ETL. What happened here was I would take the data that I got from GIS Piece. I had to confirm that it was going to fit perfectly into its destination, which was my asset database over in OpenGov. So I would read in the data, filter down just to, let's say, the neighborhoods that we were working with that time. There were some data transformations, comparisons, analyzing the data, and doing some testing to make sure that that it all met the spec that we had, and that it was fit to then import into this other database at the end, which got it all into OpenGov. And so that went well, and we went 1, 2, or many neighborhoods at a time, depending on the situation. And the outcome was really, really nice. In the current inventory now, these red parts of the donut show new assets, net new. We've more than doubled our sign inventory. Protective barriers pretty much doubled it. And the blue ones we matched, so the existing assets are still there, and we've improved those for the most part. And then the unmatched ones, in many cases, have been installed since the data was collected way back in 2022. So that's okay too. And we can tell what's what. And I'm just going to point out on this map that we've added 126,000 new signs to the catalog. That's an increase of about 103%, depending on the point in time you picked. And now we have over 250,000 signs on record. These very dark colored polygons, or these neighborhoods, represent places where the sign inventory went up, like here, Ruby Hill by 1,200%, Marley as well. Elyria Swansea got an 850% increase in the sign inventory, for instance. So we had a lot going on there. And so, having said all that, hope we haven't gone too much over time. A few outcomes of the project are very much improved inventory. Our asset condition baseline has been set. We know what we have and how it is. We have good data in GIS. It's usable. We can use that for reporting, push it over into Power BI and things like that. Linear features have linear assets now. They're all represented properly. And again, that work history that's been on record forever, and the cost and how much we've spent on this particular sign, that's still on record, and we've been able to preserve all that, even though we've changed a few things in the meanwhile. And we can track our work and make data-driven decisions. So happy GIS Day. And Jake, jump in if you have anything to add.
I just say let's read the shout outs at the bottom to Katie.
That's right.
For helping out. Katie Rediford, Nicole Peace from GIS Piece, Jose Benitez from Counselor Engineering, and the rest of the Denver GIS team for all their help.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Jim and Jacob? Okay, I don't see any questions at this time. Our next presentation is titled Field Mapping for Resource Management by Ryan Fillion, Denver Parks and Recreation.
Yeah, hi everyone. Hopefully you can see my screen here. My name's Ryan Flynn. I'm our ranger supervisor for the Denver Mountain Parks, and I'm going to talk a little bit about field maps in particular, Esri field maps, and some of our mapping applications and uses that we use up in the Denver Mountain Parks for both our ranger staff as well as for our natural resource staff. And so a little bit just in regards to our Denver Mountain Parks. Our Denver Mountain Parks is roughly 67% of DPR park property. And so the majority of park property, we manage just under 15,000 acres and over 47 properties spread out across 5 different counties, which are all not in Denver. Some of those counties are Jefferson, Clear Creek, Douglas, Grand, and Gilpin. And so everyone else's kind of presentation today got to talk about internally down in the Denver area. And so for us, we're all external of that. And hopefully on the screen, on the map displayed there, you'll be able to see a lot of Denver's mountain park property highlighted in those shaded green areas outside of the city and county lines, spread out across all different areas across those 5 counties. And for us, of those 47 properties, about half of those are considered parks and half of those are conservation areas. And a lot of our mountain park property holds some of those key city highlights that we think of when we can think of Denver's park systems, whether it be properties up on Mount Blue Sky or Red Rocks, or our bison herds located up at Genesee Park in Jefferson County, and Daniels Park down in Douglas County. And so a couple of things that I want to focus on, just what our teams are doing with our mapping applications, is really highlighting our use of field maps for our staff in the field and helping us manage and monitor the various projects and aspects of work that we do between the teams. So for our natural resource teams, those are focused on forestry projects and wildfire mitigation and forest health projects. We have our wildlife focus as far as population surveys and habitat studies and plotting areas. And one of the maps that I'll show you on our field maps through our GIS will focus on that. And then also focusing on the vegetation and natural resources that we have in our parks, including all the different species, our invasive species as well, and how we can manage and mitigate that. And then as we go on, I'll show some of our rangers teams works and how we use our GIS applications and field maps for some of our site assessments and maintenance issues across the parks. For our ranger staff in Denver Mountain Parks, we're responsible for the trail construction and maintenance and restoration of park areas. We also use map sets for our search and rescue events and our medical events and planning. And then we also have some of our enforcement maps as well. And so similar to the group that just went, just want to throw a shout out to Joe Lovell from the GIS team for doing all the work that he helps us out with in keeping our maps and layers on point. Moving over to our GIS information and our mapping systems, this map is down in Douglas County in Daniels Park, so just south of the city and county of Denver area. And our natural resource team on this map wanted to highlight some of the surveys that they're doing, in particular in relation to prairie dog colonies and prairie dog populations and growth, as well as scrub oak or gamble oak. So Daniels Park is a very plains and prairie style park, and it's been estimated that we've been losing about an acre of vegetated grassland to woody growth or the gamble oak growth every year. And so some of our efforts working in that park right now are, one, mitigating and masticating some of the woody growth in the gamble oak and reducing it. But then two, actively monitoring the prairie dog points highlighted in all these little dots, their populations and their dense colonies, and seeing how the removal of some of that woody growth not only impacts the native grassland that we have and hopeful recruitment and returning some of the grassland, but also watching where these prairie dogs colonies are and if the removal of that kind of natural barrier or that woody growth will influence population growth in that area and if they'll expand into some of those areas as well. And so our team's watching both, like I said, the prairie dog colonies and growth density as well as scrub oak. For our rangers and our ranger maps, couple of things that we're doing here. We have a few different map sets, as I mentioned, our site assessments map, our search and rescue map, as well as our enforcement map, and our kind of daily map that our rangers use out in the field, utilizing the field maps application on their phones or tablets is our site assessments map. And so for us, this is an active map set of all of our Denver Mountain Park property outside of the city and county lines. And on our map set, we're able to plot different points for items found in our parks pertaining to amenity issues or forestry issues or graffiti issues or grounds issues, natural resources, and as mentioned, trails and social trails. And so we're plotting anything and everything that we find out there, highlighting some of the work for our rangers to keep up on during their patrols. And so just pulling up this random point here, this was from one of our rangers who noticed a social trail starting to be developed in one of our parks, and social trails being those undesignated trails that we did not build or establish. And so these are user-generated paths that we're watching and monitoring on to more than likely try to restore back to the native habitat or continue watching and seeing where populations are wanting to go in our parks and if they're sustainable or unsustainable trails. And so from that side, and looking at all these different layers, I mentioned that we have our social trail layers as well. So our designated trails are highlighted in our dotted red lines, and our social trail layers are these long sections of red lines that are highlighted. And so these are all user-generated paths inside of our park areas that we use for, as mentioned, planning and mitigation as needed for our designated trails. And if we want people going into these areas, if we don't want certain people going into these areas, or highlighting, the features in the different areas to prevent people from going to. It also helps us find where people are interested in going to potentially look at it and seeing if we need to build a designated trail into areas such as some of these overlook points that we have here. And so we're really able to dial in this information and help on a planning basis as we get into our planning process for every year and the management and the work that we're doing every single year going back into our trail construction and trail maintenance efforts, as well as all of our volunteer efforts that we utilize these as well. And in addition to that, not only are we looking at our social trail layers and our undesignated trail layers internally for our own use, we're also working with other state agencies and collaborative efforts on looking at social trail layers and social trails across the entire state, and seeing how some of those trail areas are starting to fragment some of our parks and our open spaces. In addition, I mentioned that we have our search and rescue and medical maps as well. So because we have so many different layers on these different map sets, we have some layers that are spread across all three different map sets, and then other layers that are only pertinent to specific maps as well. And so for our search and rescue layers, we highlight more of those resources or zones or roads or staging areas that we can work with in conjunction with our local responding units, in addition to us, whether that's fire or sheriff office or search and rescue agencies for any of the medical calls and search and rescues. And for some of these map sets, we're able to highlight emergency access roads and gates and what kind of vehicles can get out to these different points, as well as where the best staging areas are for some of these accesses that are miles internally on some of these areas in rough terrain that we can't get to. So we're able to identify gates and resources and able to better coordinate with our emergency responding units. And then for our enforcement maps, we're working with similar map sets, different layers again, on looking at some of our long-term issues for our enforcement processes, whether that be looking at for encampments or unhoused camping, or just camping in our parks, or just pulling up a line that we're working on within the last month here is encroachment issues on a lot of our park boundaries, where development is constantly pressuring and coming into park spaces, no matter how far into the parkland it is. These are all different sites that we're monitoring, but we're also, for our enforcement map, using these map sets to look at whether we have constant off-leash dog issues or these constant reoccurring issues in certain properties, fires, all kinds of different resources that we're able to put on our maps that staff can use as they go out into the field on any given day of the week, and kind of highlight and get to patrol some of these areas that will help them check in on some of these spaces on a routine basis. And so those are primarily some of the map sets that we kind of wanted to show off for our use and our use cases out in the mountain parks. And if there's any questions.
Yeah, hi, Ryan. We have one question from Catherine O'Connor. She got pulled away briefly and wanted to know if GIS is used to monitor invasive plants and manage native plants.
Yes, it is. Our natural resource team does a lot of mapping work on managing those invasive colonies and where we have what and where they're active at. Yeah.
Okay, do you have any other questions for Ryan? Okay, our last presentation is from Drab to Fab, the Glow Up of Community Streets by Taniqua K. Buchanan and Elizabeth Santiago of the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure.
All right. All right. Perfect. Let me share my screen. Can you see that?
Not just yet.
Okay, let's try that one more time. All right, how about now?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be presenting with you today. The Community Streets operates under the Office of Community and Business Engagement within the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure. We're excited to be here in conversation about the development and growth of the program and how Graphic Information Systems has supported our process and the trajectory towards our future successes. All right, so today we'll just introduce our core team, learn a bit more about the program, specifically our mission, vision, values, and principles. And lastly, we'll take a quick tour of our 2025 arts installation portfolio and do a deep dive into some of our map making. All right, so here's our core team. Our core team includes myself, the Community Streets Program Administrator. I facilitate all of the art installations from ideation to installation and the strategies in which we approach the overall program. Elizabeth Santiago is the Vision Zero Program Administrator and brings in her expertise and advocacy efforts in the ethos of our work, specifically the culture of safety. She's been co-collaborating with the rebuild of the program and has been essential to this work. Kayla Gilbert in the center is the Community and Business Engagement Grant Manager who oversees several grants and programs, including this one, and has facilitated several art installations in the past and in the current state that we're in. We've got Shaylee Zog, the Community Active Living Coalition Manager, who supports the team in our review sessions and other advice within the collaboration between our other program, microgrants. And we have Sam Olson, who is our policy administrator, who supports us through tracking policy system changes and also created our GIS visualization. So through this program, and though this program operates with this core team, I also want to acknowledge the work that it takes interdepartmentally as we work closely with the traffic control team as well as the permit. And this work cannot be done without the collaborative spirit of these departments. So what is our mission and vision? We believe art transforms how we engage and use public spaces, fostering safer and more vibrant streets, expanding conversations on equity and building stronger, more connected communities by celebrating diverse cultures. And so what does that look like for us? It looks like activating those public spaces, promoting safety, supporting community-led projects, art making, both art making, placekeeping, and placemaking, as well as amplifying marginalized voices and creating accessibility for students as a whole.
Hey, Tanika K, I
By
wanted
using
to
art as a
jump
tool-
in because it looks like we're still on the core team page.
Okay. You guys see?
And maybe
stop
try
sharing.
try unsharing and resharing. Yeah.
Okay. How are we now?
Looks like it's still loading on my end. Okay, there we go.
Perfect. All right, so again, we are here to support Denver residents in activating and community placemaking, placekeeping, as well as community-led projects that promote safety and connect us and build us stronger. All right. Over the past year, we've kind of looked at what our mission and vision might be, and we decided as a collective that by using art as a tool for social change and community building to strengthen unity and resilience, we envision a future where Denver's neighborhoods come alive with community-driven artwork that sparks creativity, safety, and connection. Together, we're building a city with inclusive spaces that bring us closer to each other and to the place we call home.
So now diving
And I'll pass this down
into,
to Liz.
thanks Tanika K. So now diving into our values, our work is really guided by 3 pillars. The first of which that I'm going to talk about is placemaking. This is a community-centered process that shapes public spaces to reflect shared values and enhance quality of life. So when we think about how we approach placemaking, we're asking, how can we transform our everyday shared spaces? How can an intersection or utility box or sidewalk become a canvas for community storytelling? So that's placemaking. I also want to introduce placekeeping, our second pillar or value. This is the active care and preservation of the historical, cultural, and physical places that shape our communities and social fabric. It's not just about making the spaces visually appealing or pretty, it's about bringing them to life alongside community and also thinking about the life cycle of the project. Generally, these installations are intended to be temporary and will fade over time, and that gives us the opportunity to reimagine and adapt the space over time through community input and low-cost measures. And finally, here are our third pillar, culture of safety. And when we talk about culture of safety, what we're really talking about is alignment with Denver's Vision Zero goals. The Vision Zero initiative aims to eliminate traffic fatalities and serious injuries by designing streets that anticipate human mistakes. And according to a 2022 asphalt art safety study by Bloomberg Philanthropies, these types of interventions can significantly improve street safety. Researchers in the study compared before and after data, crash data in areas where art was installed, and it observed the following outcomes: a 50% decrease in crashes involving pedestrians or other vulnerable road users, those are road users outside a personal vehicle, 37% decrease in crashes leading to injuries, and a 27% increase in drivers yielding to pedestrians with the right-of-way. So some significant safety outcomes through these low-cost community-led measures. And Tanika K, if you'll go on to the next slide. All right, so before we highlight what these values look like in practice on Denver streets, we wanted to give you a brief recap of how this program has evolved over the past year. In 2024, the program welcomed Tanika K as our new lead, and while previous leadership gave us a promising framework to launch from, as we dove into the details, we quickly realized that we needed more support in determining how to best manage a program of this scale. There are a lot of moving parts. The images to the right are a couple of tools that really helped guide our process improvement planning, and I recognize that the text here is very small. You're not going to be able to read it. Really what we wanted you to take away from this visual is how dynamic and collaborative the work is. So we welcomed TK in January of 2024, and in August, we participated in the Black Belt training program with Denver Peak Academy, where we established a new mission and vision for the program, as well as refined our program operations. So newly equipped with our tools and training, we relaunched Community Streets over the spring and summer of 2025. And it has been a very exciting and busy time as we now bring the season to a close. We are officially Black Belt certified and have supported 31 installation projects across Denver. And this is just the beginning of how we hope to continue iterating on this program. I'm now going to turn it over to Tanika K to talk about some of the projects that have been implemented this year.
Yes, we are so excited about such a large growth between last year and this year. Over the past year, we've seen several installation types. So LCC boxes, which is also lighting control cabinets, if you're not familiar with that acronym. We've seen installations that are connected to memorials, bulb out or bike corral installations, and also intersection mural refreshes. Our work is directly connected to the mayor's goal, Vibrant City goal, by our collaboration with the Downtown Denver Partnership. The map layers current art installations and installations along the 16th Street corridor with key transportation and pedestrian data indicating our commitment to public art, local artists, and a culture of safety. So if you're looking down 16th Street and you see these lovely art installation by our contributing artists, it's all 13 installed along that corridor. The next installation type is the Alexis Bounds Memorial Bikeway. And this installation is an above the curb sidewalk stencil installation. It's a memorial for the life of Alexis Bounds, who was fatally struck while riding her bike in 2020. This is curated by community champions and advocacy leaders and supported through the microgrant program Right Active Living Coalition. Community was able to come together to support and commemorate her life after the incident. The intersection is now a protected bike lane and serves as a programmatic anchor in traffic safety community events. An example of shifting how we show up for community and shift the culture of safety. This was in collaboration and support with community connector Elizabeth Morales out of the Calc team and one of our esteemed community champion, Alejandra Castaneda. Another installation type is the bulb out and bike corral. And this one was also a memorial for the life of Gracie in collaboration with Gracie's Giving Project, Lincoln Elementary, Community Active Living Coalition, and also the family and community surrounding the elementary school. This particular installation was in fact the bulb out and encourages folks to be cautious and aware of intersections that are adjacent to elementary schools. And it has a potential to be replicated and be a blueprint for other school zones in the future. And this one is Much Joy, is an intersection mural refresh. This is Frankie the Falcon at Trevista Elementary with collaboration and support with Calc and our Safe Routes advocates, Jen Superca. We were able to work with Trevista Elementary on an intersection mural refresh. This installation brought community together, a great example of impact and power of art in the public right away. The artist was Anthony Garcia, some may know as Birdsey. I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth to talk about what's to come.
Yeah, so looking at our projects for the remainder of the year, first on deck, we've got the Story Walk project presented by Sidewalk Poets. This is a great example of placekeeping because of the programming that has been developed around the installations. So the photos to the right are actually from the first iteration of this project, which was done in East Colfax into 2023, excuse me. Sidewalk Poets hosted creative writing and storytelling workshops within the East Colfax community, and then published the words, poems, and voices of the neighborhood onto LCC boxes and signs in the area. Organizers hosted a walking tour of the installations and created a map to help guide participants through the story walk, with links to hear some of the audio recordings of the works. We're excited to see this work expand to Global and continue bringing community together, but this is just a little sneak peek of what's likely to come. And then moving over onto Market Street, the next upcoming project that we want to highlight. So this is in the works to enhance a sidewalk. It's still in the early planning stages, but the rendering gives a glimpse into how the space could be transformed through art, creating a safer and more pleasant pedestrian experience. And then last, but certainly not least, we round out our upcoming projects with Beatbox. This is a collaborative project led by Rocky Mountain Public Media's Kubo Jazz and the Drop radio stations, with support from local culture leaders, musicians, and visual artists. It aims to showcase Denver's vibrant past and present music scene and to elevate the voices of local artists through the creation of 6 utility box murals in Council District 9. Each mural will feature a portrait of a prominent historical or active Denver musician. And here we have featured at the top left, Hazel Miller, bottom left, Diane Reeves, and to the right, we've got Tripp. But there will be 3 more artists featured as well. Each installation will also include a QR code linking the public to a dedicated project webpage with information about how the musician and audio or video recordings of that artist. And I think I will turn it back over to Tanika K.
Yes. So this is what everyone's been waiting for. What makes a space a place? And of course, it's placemaking. So our department believes that it is a community-driven, people-centered process that shapes public spaces to reflect shared values and enhance quality of life. We prioritize health, safety, and space that encourages physical activity. With placemaking central to our mission, we bridge the gap between the built environment and community. So this GIS map actually is an indicator of the heat map, where it focuses on the installation or the concentration of art installations in the city as it intersects with the business improvement district. This also is an indicator of the scale and the locality of our installation and gives potential for placemaking with bids around the city as collaborators, where you see here there's several installations in the city center. There are opportunities for us to, in the future, develop an art comprehensive plan and have more collaboration with neighborhoods. You see that it's quite congested in one space, and maybe there's potential to expand. All right. So placekeeping. Placekeeping is the active care and preservation of historical, cultural, and physical places that shape our communities and social fabric. And a lot of us in our core team focus on community placemaking as support or goals for shared leadership and a unified community vision. And what more about placekeeping without establishing public institutions that are adjacent to these art installations? Both art installation and public institutions are added into this GIS mapping, where you see the LCC boxes above the curb, sidewalk stencils, the bulb outs, the bike corral, and intersection murals. And with this opportunity, with mapping all of the institutions, we see the potential for public institutions to continue the anchor programmatic activations post-installation. And we also see an opportunity for shared leadership and community vision within placekeeping.
So regarding culture of safety, GIS tools allow us to think strategically about where this work may be most beneficial, such as in safety focus areas or along high-risk roadways like our high injury network. Additionally, by assessing and working in collaboration with traffic calming treatments and these different traffic calming assets and transportation infrastructure, we can advance a layered approach that helps reinforce DOTI's safety efforts through what we call a safe systems approach. And we're really just getting started with understanding the capability of these GIS tools to help us reach our engagement and safety goals. We mentioned a Bloomberg study earlier in the presentation, and we'd really love to do our own kind of before and after assessment using GIS tools to help visualize those changes. I will go ahead and turn it back over to Tanika Kay.
I think that is our close, but thank you. Thank you for listening. We hope that in the future, there are opportunities for cross-departmental collaborations. And we understand that though this is the beginning, we are really enthusiastic about the possibilities of GIS and its visualization tools for it to offer a storytelling platform, an opportunity for documentation, and a guiding framework for future initiatives and collaborations. And so within our department, we hope that this demonstrates the potential to foster a sense of belonging, integrate intentional placemaking, and an art-infused people-first Denver. So should you want to dive deeper in our work, please enjoy our interactive map. You can scan on here, or it will be documented or placed in the chat. Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay. And the link to the interactive map is now in the chat. So I'd like to thank everybody for joining today. I would like to thank our presenters. Just a great program highlighting all the wonderful things that we do with GIS in the city and county of Denver and the state of Colorado. So thank you, and see you next year. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.